going to draw for turn. We're going to go ahead and Viridian. We're going to discard for Viridian. Fail to search. We're going to Cynthia. There you go.
Have you ever tried charging for 80% elite cups? They're like crowded as F. Well, I haven't
Ultra
been
Ball.
80, but it's like 70.
We're going to let loose with the Marshadow. Okay, Zapdos.
No.
And we're going to go ahead and pass it over.
It's already already. Yeah, water energy. I'm gonna go back in.
Yep.
I'm gonna go back in. Ultra Ball. Alright. Drop turn. We're going to go ahead and Electromagnetic Radar, discarding 2. Let's search for 2 Lightning GX. I'm gonna bench both of them. And I'm going to DD change to draw 6. we're going to Viridian Forest. Going to attach an energy. We're going to go ahead and Lily for 2. We're going to free retreat because of their aura. We're going to energy switch onto the active. And we're going to Thunderous Assault for knockout.
Charging up.
Yep.
That's Viridian Forest.
Alright. Draw off turn. I'm going to attach Choice Band. We're going to Viridian to get energy from the deck. Going to attach onto the Pikachu and Zekrom. I'm going to go ahead and free retreat. We're going to energy switch. I'm going to order pad. Order pad is successful. Go and fail the order pad.
Okay.
Oh, you picked prizes out this time.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't know why I did that, Cynthia. My fault. I'm gonna play Cynthia to shuffle and draw 6. Four, 5, and 6. We got what we were looking for. The Thunder Mountain. And we're gonna full blitz. That's gonna be, it's 150. Oh, it's weak lightning, my fault. Take 1. I attach 3 energy from the deck. Alright. That's a good top deck.
Hurry, you choose a chrome.
Yeah.
How many energy do you currently have? 4?
4. I just need one more manual attachment for a tag bolt.
Like 5 in a row. Yeah, so I really do like my table. So I have a label in my hand, and I put it in the attic. Because look, she's busy, man. Getting stuff done. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, she's like, like she wouldn't have to, you know, like with a woody outfit, like he actually like I want to just never really like woody like this kind of way. This man is going
Time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Alright, we're gonna draw a turn. We're gonna order pad.
Yep.
It landed on a 6 outside the map. We're gonna get a field blower. We're gonna go ahead and field blower the wishful baton. We're gonna go ahead and manually attach. We're gonna go ahead and lily for 2. And we're gonna go ahead and tag bolt GX on the Naganadel and the middle whooper. Since we have Thunder Mountain in, taking 1 less energy for the attack. Alright. Omar, we're done.
Busted. I think I just want to grab that.
Well, I actually get to use my dynasty this game. Last game, you lol and mucked me.
I cannot do that, so you're good.
Unless he runs a Wobble.
I just need to find my beast energy real quick. Start domboing some evolving guys. Okay, here.
Yep.
Oh, that's impressive.
Feels bad, man.
I actually don't play that many supporters, to be honest.
I paid like 6 draw supporters.
Me too. 4 of them were Lily.
Yeah.
I played 2 Kukui because I thought it would be relevant against Zapdos, but nobody's playing Zapdos.
Yeah. Except for the one DDG guy at the special event. Another one. It's the other, even better.
Yeah, I only have 2 of those. It makes me sad.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I need to find 2 more of those Pokegear 3.0s. It really upsets me that they don't match, but I like the older ones better.
I usually like to just do all Sun and Moon stuff. Newest stuff.
I do too, except for I like the old Pokecom art.
I mean, I like it too. I'm still gonna go with the newest. Busted stack attack.
Lily for 7.
7. I'm gonna be lucky if I Lily for like 3.
There's 8. How many cards you got in your hand?
I have 6.
Okay. I'm gonna nest ball.
You gonna nest ball from Marshadow and then realize.
Well, you don't have Muck out. No, I'm just gonna go ahead and fight that guy.
Mew. I'm actually very relevant in this matchup.
Lord and Savior Mew. Oh, I've not been putting my cards in the middle, and I can't see the discard. Oh well, we'll get. I'll be better about it now.
Is my board good? Can they at least see my prize cards? I assume they can. Let's draw. Let's cry. This is so sad. Lily for 2.
Busted. We got Stellar Wish after that. Stellar Wish for Cynthia. For spicy Famfy.
Yeah,
Big
buddy.
boy Famps.
The best one.
I've always wanted to find a deck that plays Last Chance Potion.
Exactly.
For a while before Weezing came out, when spread was not great, I was thinking about playing Sudowoodo and Last Chance Potion with the Cocos. That way Zoroarks couldn't one-shot them. That didn't pan out though.
I'll grab the rescue structure.
Okay. Actually, I don't know how much the Mew's gonna matter. I'm gonna be two-shotting you for a while. Pass. Drop turn. Busted. We're gonna go ahead and play Kukui.
Yep.
1, 2. Ultra Space, bounce my own shrine. Ultra Space. Another Buzz Boy. Yeah, bouncing your own shrines to get them out of the hand. Hey, but now you can play Shrine.
Littling for 2 and drawing absolutely nothing. Except for a camping. I used
did.
it.
He woke up.
I got a stretcher.
And he woke up.
And it woke up too. I got
In
the
case you
heads.
play Let Loose.
Yeah, but it's dying anyways because he cuckooed.
Sledgehammer for knockout. Yeah, it's okay. Well, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Busted. Switch. Oh, escape rope. Same thing. I guess I'll put it for you.
Still wish. Grab Lily.
Okay. Lily for 1.
Choice fan. Very relevant card in this match.
Yep. I'm gonna find 2 of them in a little
Lily
bit.
for 3. That's cool.
Okay.
Average duration. Ultra space.
Yeah. Baby Buzz?
Yeah. He exists.
Hey. Good guy, Nolan, letting you ultra space.
Should have done it before.
Yeah,
Stellar
before the
Wish,
lily
but-
and everything. Or did you find it on a Stellar Wish and then go, oh yeah, I can grab that?
I just forgot about it because I honestly don't care anymore. I'm dead drawing like a baller because I don't have energy still. So your turn.
Play where it lies.
It came back.
It really is irrelevant. Oh, head still.
Busted.
Alright, drop a turn. Fighting. Psi Power going 1/1/1. Oh, I should have opened space. Rats.
Still wish.
There.
I'm playing it.
Alright. We'll eventually get introduced.
Another one. Still wish. Let's grab Cynthia. I guess this is that.
Yeah.
I don't think the camera saw that. It's all the way over here. Pass.
You finally stay asleep.
Apparently.
We're gonna ultra space and not be a bad player this time.
We're all good players here. Maybe.
Grab it as possible. There's a lot of solid players here.
Yeah. And then there's us.
Hey. We're both playing
We're
cards.
good players.
You want to cut a tab?
Oh, I'll cut. Why not?
Like a 10 card hand. We're gonna Psi Power for 1 here and 2 here.
And I'll see if he's awake. He's not.
So,
Yeah.
Let's grab the energy load. Put it in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
Pass.
Return. Ultra space. Grab a stack attack. Do you play? We're both secretly playing unknown hand.
Busted. That was the plan all along.
3 here with side power.
You. See if he wakes up. He does.
Hey,
Busted.
super relevant.
Yeah, it is. Let's Stellar Wish. Let's grab an energy lotto.
Double energy lotto. No way you missed DC.
Energy lotto. There we go.
Busted.
I had 3 in there. That's great. Busted. Let's grab one of them.
Alright.
Can't grab all of them. But it's okay. We're fine. Let's attach it here.
Okay.
Treat. If they'll go up there. We shall rolling spin for the knockout.
And then it does way more now, right? It goes to 140?
40.
Okay, cool.
Busted.
I know.
Relevant.
Ultra space.
Yep.
Grab another stack attack. Sledgehammer for 50.
Let's draw. I like that. Last chance push in the champion.
Oh, what? 30 year. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right. Did not
40 on
think
it.
about that. I
Busted.
was like, if you don't take another prize card, I'll just kill the fan fee.
Energy load. Maybe we'll get another one.
Nah, you're not that lucky.
Ha. I am.
Your deck's how big now at this point?
Enough.
You're only seeing half of the deck.
19.
3 out of. You're seeing 7 out of 19, and you got 3 DCs in deck.
Yeah.
No
Should be
chance. Of
enough.
getting it. No chance.
Let's attach it.
All right.
Get that dog fan rolling.
Badumps.
Let's rolling spin for 140.
Alright.
Dude, sledgehammer turn.
Yeah.
Knock out a Donk fan.
We're gonna put down another stack attacker. And this is why I have not been playing supporters. You care if I resolve them all at the same time?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
You can do it. Get all of them now.
One there. Two here.
Looks good.
How many cards do you have in your hand, sir?
8.
But I can lower it right here. I have to. That's what I was working on. Like,
Ultra Ball?
I wonder what he's gonna get.
Probably nothing. Well, I mean, I guess I can get this one out of my deck. Let loose.
Using them?
Yeah. Yeah, if they can see my hand on stream, they're gonna be like, "What? Why is he just sitting there for 5 turns with Cynthia in hand?" And I was like, "Well, I'm gonna just sit with 3 B strings."
it's a very, like, it's like showing his hand. Yeah, because everyone puts their So does y'all play the big magic match that I go to competition?
1, 2, 3, 4. And then I have not supported for turn. So I will Lily for 3.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. B string.
4 B strings.
I don't even know if I have any energy left. Oh, I have 1 left. There we go. Alright,
Of course you do.
there's my attackers for the game.
No, dude,
What?
I'm gonna spread 20 to both of them and then Wailord GX Towering Splash somehow.
No, they're at
Oh,
200.
yeah, both items.
Oh, this one's at 170. You want to cut it? Well, I mean, but you would kill 2, 3.
Yeah, I would.
Four.
Kill, like, all of it.
I'll
Power to do that.
Sledgehammer for knockout.
Sounds like a plan. Let's put up the Jirachi. Let's draw.
I was like, oh my god, look my deck. So I just brought it back.
Attach to Fampy.
Come back here. I just love that.
Cards in hand.
6.
Got it. Lily for 4.
Alright.
Ultra Ball away, Jirachi, and Marshadow.
Okay.
Oh, I'm stupid. Good for me.
Not leave space for Diancie.
No, I could have left space for Diancie and then just sledgehammered it. Nope. I'm a bad player. It's okay. Still a wish.
It was so crowded in here, it felt that bad. It's like turn off the air conditioner.
Never skip road and play it.
The heater was like 1,000 amps per time. It was in the amount. No, not in the amount. Yeah. It's a loading dog.
Rolling spin.
I love that you're there. I remember I was
Draw for turn.
I was like, dude, I'm not coming back. I'll turn this over.
Guzma Fampy.
How dare you?
That's the thing that scares me the most. And then
A fresh Donk fan? Yeah.
Yeah, Sledgehammer for knockout.
Still wish. Let's grab the Guzman.
Shibboleth.
There was like only like 2 bathrooms or something like that there. There were more bathrooms.
Retreat into the other draw tree. Still wish. Let's grab the energy letter.
Okay. Man, if you're taking knockouts, I'll just take you out at this point. That's what everybody wants me to do.
Guzman with the Marsh Shadow. So a chamber for 30.
That's it. That's all.
Big boy. Draw for turn. Ultra space? I'm about to like nest ball for nothing, so like I'm not gonna reshuffle. Just so you know.
Why are you shuffling?
Well, it's because it's after
Oh, that
the
makes
Ultra
sense.
Space Surge.
Yeah.
The first one has to resolve.
True. Big ol' top down.
Top down for knockout, because I'm doing 130, and then no mill.
You gotta knock out of these. Strong. Haha. Boom.
No! That one's permanent. It's okay, I think I'm out of stadiums.
DC to the Dawn Fan.
Yeah.
Still wish.
Yeah, I'm out of stadiums.
I'll grab the Guzman and put it in my hand.
Okay.
Retreat to my fresh Dawn Fan.
Alright.
Rolling spin for 90.
No, it's in there. I got it, but I can't share it.
Alright, I'm gonna draw for turn.
Yep.
So this is
Why not?
Nest ball for nothing.
Yeah.
but it, like
We need Hex Maniac back as a Prism Star.
I actually wouldn't mind that. It'd be nice.
I don't think anybody would be like super upset about that.
Yeah, because it's just a one of and it's gone afterwards. Same with like, I feel like if they reworked A specs as prisms, that'd be kind of cool.
it's so bad. It's so bad.
50.
Draw.
Pre-release day. I'm not looking for
No potions for you.
Plays actual potion.
Oh, I would cry.
No, that would be funny.
It only heals 30, I'm fine with that. You need to hit 2 of them. Mixed herbs.
Mixed herbs, dude. Use one of that. Still a wish?
Yeah.
Fail it?
Oh, come on. Help me deck you out.
Nah.
Please?
Retreat. Rolling spin for 90.
not knocked out. I have 200 because you're at 3 or less, and
Yeah.
buff padding, so I'm at 250.
Yes.
Drop turn. Top down for knockout.
Yep. One hits.
All right. One hit.
One hits.
1 mil. Busted.
That's
and then
fun.
I take a price card.
Yep. I'll draw.
You got a little heavier. We're used to holding my 2-year-old, so.
Still a wish.
What?
Grab the switch. I'm gonna help you deck me out.
What?
I'm gonna help you deck me out.
He's taking cards. Let's go.
That's the stuff, dude.
He's trying to deck himself out for me.
Yeah, dude. It's gonna be great. Oh, that's a good deck out card.
More thin.
We like those.
And then the Lily.
Well, I think I might have another Jirachi. I sure do.
Switch into another Jirachi.
Okay.
Or you're gonna go back in with the Ultra Ball, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess I am now.
Okay.
Ultra Ball away that.
Oh snap! That I did not see coming.
Yeah, dude. It's so good.
Not really relevant here, but
It's Ultra Ball. Get nothing. How many cards are in there? There's 6. I can lotto without shuffling. It's okay.
yeah.
We'll grab this DC.
All right. Like 5.
Yeah, dude. So good. Another. Let's go. Stellar Wish. Grab a nest ball and play it. You get
All
nothing. Get these 4 heads, dude.
I need 4. You're not gonna. You don't. Oh, you already played a Guzma. I was like, do you not have a draw supporter for me?
No, I haven't used my this turn. There's no supporters left anyway.
You have no more draw supporters.
Nah,
Here, let
dude.
me give you this Lily real quick. Lily for 4, and
Yeah,
then it's
that's-
easy. All right.
See if you can mill and... I mean, you're already winning by attack.
Yeah.
but
So knockout.
yeah,
and
let's see
then
if you get it.
1.
Oh,
Oh.
I just won. Good game.
Yeah, man. Oh, probably second buff padding.
Sad times for the boys.
Okay, good. I just love a Guzma deck. I was like, I'm afraid I'm gonna like, you're gonna like Guzma stall and I just lose.
That'd be fun.
Are you looking for one of the guys? Let me see. Free Spirit or Wesley?
Alright. Need to play against one of these Pikarom players.
Me too. Is there multiple?
There's 2 Pikarom, 2
Good.
Zoroark.
Okay. I wouldn't mind hitting one either.
The- Doesn't really matter with your deck. It just kind of goes.
Okay. Good luck, man.
Good luck, you too. Draw for turn.
Can you do, what's the most you can do? 50?
Alright, I think.
Play a metal frag again. Play Seam Salt.
Trade. Chapter. Play DCE for play next one.
Yep.
Yeah.
For the Lucario Metal.
Well, yeah. It's either mine.
Turn 4. Play Green's Exploration.
Okay.
Grab Samaria. And Green's Exploration. Pretty cool. Clean Oddish onto the bench. I will Steel Fist, 50. I'll find any number, find A, Steel Energy, attack. Steel Energy. Okay.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
It's 150.
Go for it.
Alright, drop turn. Trade. West position.
Back in the deck.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna miss ball.
Just tell me if you can go back in.
I know, I usually do. Lucario Metal.
Yeah.
And then, offense.
Doctor. Including. What you want?
Oh, new beast ring. Sweet.
It's a nice looking piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
Play a DCE.
Yep.
Play a metal fragment here.
Yep.
And I will Steel Fist for 50.
Wait for 6.
And have you traded already?
Nope.
We gotta put them down.
Retreat.
Chop.
He gives a free
Okay.
retreat.
Is it just basics or?
Yeah, just basics. Yeah. You're good. One ball.
Okay.
Pokemon come. Yeah. Nope, that doesn't go back in.
Yep.
Sorry.
You're good.
And I'll play. Trade one.
Yeah, would you mind turning them sideways or something?
Yeah, sure.
Just to indicate that you've used them.
Okay. And then I'm not gonna trade it. I'll just do Rider's Beating for
100. Metal Pan reduces the choice.
yeah, 130 or 100. Yeah.
We'll grab Green's Exploration and Steven's Resolve. And I will use supplemental wall. My steel Pokemon take an additional 30 less damage
Okay.
after applying weaknesses and resistance.
Sure.
If this Pokemon has at least one extra energy attached to it in addition to the attack's cost, discard all energy from your opponent's active Pokemon.
Okay. So this one.
Yeah,
And you take 30 less.
that'll be here.
Alright.
So I take 60 less now.
60 less, yeah, with the frying pan.
Here, I'll split this right here so you remember.
Okay. You're doing one. Oh, 130 minus 60, so I'm doing 70. Right. Okay.
70?
Yeah.
Play Green's Exploration. Grab Max Potion. And Mount Cornet.
Okay.
So if you want, I will retreat my active Lucario Melmetal.
Okay.
Execute chance is 3.
Yeah.
All max potions.
Okay.
Play Mount Cornet.
Yeah.
I'll put a Steel Energy from my discard pile into my hand.
Yeah.
I will attach.
Yep. Alright, it's still out there.
Oh yeah, my bad.
You're good.
Let's see. I will Heavy Impact for 150. So you're at 200.
I keep drawing like funny card combinations that are like not interacting very well
Yeah,
with what I'm trying to do here.
I feel you.
I'm just gonna get rid of it. Trade.
I was wondering where my frying pan went.
Yeah. Trade.
Okay.
So the second trade. Alright.
So they're trying to exit out of it. We look it up. I was like, oh my God, you leave me alone.
Extra roll.
No, he chose them.
What's your weakness? Fire?
Fire. Although I have no weakness right now because of that.
Oh, because of that, right? field blower, both your frying pans. Simple acceleration.
Can we read it?
Yeah, sure. Put down evolving them up.
No basic abilities.
Right. And then attack. I'll use turbo drive for 150 minus 30.
Yeah.
So 120.
Clean a metal frame head.
Wouldn't expect nothing less.
Play Green's Exploration.
Yeah.
It's a roll.
Mm-hmm.
That's always been the thing to do.
And max push.
I gotta eat through all that healing. Although you can loosen me in the Ace of Rollers. You can loosen me in the Ace of Rollers.
Yeah. Hopefully I will. Damage will never stick again. I'll go ahead and hit you for 150. Yeah. Trade one.
Trade.
Well, right now they're playing. But the funny thing is, these two are the quietest people ever.
I'm gonna trade again.
Okay.
I do great at it. I don't know why people do that. There he goes again.
We're gonna replace it. Not the supporters I wanted. Triple boost. Judge.
To my front. Oh hey, exactly the same play as last year.
Oh really? I'll just do it again.
So 150 minus 60.
It is 90.
Draw the turn.
Yep.
Release me.
Grab
Mount, Net, and Green's Exploration. I'll play Mount for Net. How much do you have left?
I got 60 left.
Look how speedy that was.
I'll go ahead and heavy impact for 150. I'll take 2 prizes. Okay. That new triple energy is really good.
Yeah. How much you got? Still 18, 210 on you right now?
Yeah.
Alright, 210.
Remember that your damage is reduced by 60.
Yeah.
Guess you believe?
Yeah.
I miss Garb. I miss Garb.
You miss guard? Yeah, I know.
Just murder you right now.
Pretty much.
You don't get to make fun of that situation. I think this one we game. Intercept. Close to.
You're doing my crew?
I'm not gonna pretend that I was making the greatest play because like
No.
if he had the right things, he definitely would go.
I'm a Lily for 4.
Is it cool if I look at the evolution for Titan real quick?
Look for the what?
You can look at the evolution for Titan.
Oh, so that one?
Yes, Apollo.
Play top head. Put back in Ace Roll and Guzen.
No, 2 more cards. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10.
Alright, trade 1. Trade 2. I'm doing 120 minus 60 is 60. And what do you got on you?
6, 12, 8, 9 to 11.
You got 210?
210, yeah.
Okay, so it's enough. Yeah, knockout.
Alright.
Now you get to use all your counter stuff now.
Yeah. It's gonna be great. Jump turn?
Yep.
No. Play a
You
DCE.
gotta take out one more.
Out for that.
Took me all game to take out one.
You're at 2 into
Yep.
discard. I'll play Green's Exploration.
Yeah, all game.
I'll get Acerola and Lucy.
Okay.
Pokemon players, that is time. Whoever's currently playing is now currently turn 0.
Okay.
All Steel Fist for 50.
Okay.
I'll find my energy. And you're 1.
Yeah, I got it. I'm 1. Drop a Trade.
Cut if you want.
Trade. Where are my judges? I just want to judge.
Now see, I don't enjoy this matchup. I wouldn't enjoy this.
I enjoy it. This is actually one of the more creative matchups because
I mean, who's gonna go up against? I mean, who's gonna expect to count?
who's gonna what?
Who's gonna expect Victoria Momo?
Everybody, because I've played it here before.
He goes back in.
How many prize cards do you have now?
I have 4.
Oh, okay.
Tap and cut.
And breaking one misplay cost.
How many cards do you have out from deck?
Left the deck.
Yeah.
A lot. 8.
Okay.
Unless you got some crazy things. I'm gonna ball. So third trade, last
Yep.
trade.
So 6.
Yeah. Judge.
Judge?
Yep. I know, where's that at? Doing 30 less, right?
30 less.
Couldn't get the choice band.
I think I might build this. I might just build this.
Oh, build that deck?
It's so fun.
Nope. Nothing. Nothing.
And then right is beating.
4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 7, 90.
90, yeah.
Green's exploration.
You see your last turn? I don't know if I can do this one for this one.
Counter catcher.
Yeah.
I remember when it happened, I was like touching up the front of my neighbor.
You don't have any tools.
Negative.
Counter catcher, bring up Zora with that energy.
Sure.
The one without energy. With 50 damage.
Oh, 50 damage one.
You did all 6 again?
And I will heavy impact for 150.
So last turn.
I think we just tie here.
Yeah, I don't think I can do 120, 150.
In spread. It takes 2
Minus 30.
in spread.
Yeah, so I can
You only need
do
120 max.
20.
I'm gonna play it at World or as an open.
20. Yeah.
But the thing is, though, Copperrica's thing.
I think all my choice bands are going. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, but
I
you
got
can't
the
discard the
buoy,
Malamar to use it.
but I have to get them out the active. Choice band.
You're doing 100 for 2. This is last turn. 100 for 2 is not going to win you a game, though.
Yeah, it's last turn.
And I have the 30 less.
Play an explain.
Yeah, he's taking 30 less.
If you wanted to go that far. And even then, it wasn't that good because your Mega Gardevoir does the same.
I'll trade one.
This is last turn.
Yeah.
They'll draw.
If you can't knock it out, it's draw.
Trade two.
He plays a fire memory. Acerola Fire Memory.
Last trade.
I'd lose my mind.
If he does, it's like.
He
what?
deserves to win the whole tournament.
Acerola, Fire Memory with triple acceleration.
Yep.
That would be godlike. I would.
It's hard to even be mad about that.
I would not.
Well, he does play triple acceleration energy.
Oh yeah, we knew that.
Yeah.
No, but if he does. If he does.
God, I wish I had a GX that could do something.
When I did, I was like, man, the dude.
I'm last turn, right? This is my last turn?
Yep.
And that's your last turn.
So that's 170
I can get with them. I'll give you
minus 30, 150.
Okay.
He's like, I want those clearly.
You guys have to Kyle.
That's not it.
Yeah, you're 2 off.
170 minus 30 is 140.
Kyle doesn't do anything.
That's 150, 160, 170. Minus 30 is only 140.
Yeah.
And then that's, yeah, it's like 40
I
off.
tend to get more casual because.
Alright, that was my attack. Yeah.
Third turn slash turn, right?
Yes. There you go.
Yeah.
So,
So
matter if I
top.
check
Oh,
myself
he
out or not.
pulled. Okay.
I didn't pull
I know
it.
they don't have it in the bulk here. I looked for him for a while.
I didn't pull. Wait, are people trying to run it on real?
I know.
Non-
You didn't have enough people on the bench.
To retaliate for 120.
If you had enough on the bench.
Play with Hoopa because people don't have answers.
That's
You
the
knock
last
me
turn.
out?
That was the last
Oh,
turn.
yeah, okay. Alright, sorry. Good job.
And then if you bounce enough,
That was fun.
Yeah.
monster first, so I draw.
Sweet. Move to fire. Good. I'm playing Charizard.
I guess. Play a King's Cobra.
Oh my god. Sick human.
Feels so good. Play Oddish.
Interested in. Okay, I gotta watch out for that. 10, 15. So, okay, discard energies. Good against Charizard.
He said to put it up there, right?
Oh yeah, show up a little bit and then put it back. Interesting.
Rainbow energy. I'll grab a second Lucario Melmetal, then pass turn.
Alternative or regular? Oh, regular. Tap. We'll drop a turn. Fine. Ultra Ball. I'm gonna attach. So you have Crushing and it has Hammers. Camarias. This is kind of what I build, but with the Giraffe Rings, instead of discarding to your deck, discard power, it should be last song. It'll be more broken because people are running Fire Crystals.
Yeah.
But it does take a heavy damage. Every hit.
Yeah. As long as you get one of your frying pans, you'll be good. You're good?
You're good. Shuffle 3. But it prevents damage from GX or every Pokemon?
No, get rid of its weakness, takes 3 less damage.
In total. I'm gonna kill my Nikita. That's not one now.
Am I gonna be making aggressive plays?
I think I have to. Simple. I think I have to. Can't be too aggressive though. If it melts me out, it'll be bad.
Yes.
Tapu Crocodile. I'll pass. Oh, so you start with the GX first, so you can go. Oh, even worse or even more less damage. What the heck does it do?
Full Metal Wall.
Oh my god.
Full Metal Wall.
Full Metal Wall, what's that do? The GX?
Yeah, I take 3 less damage.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you need the extra energy or what's going on?
No.
Oh, it's
If I had an extra energy, it's
but you still take the strong damage per turn though.
Okay. My bad.
So it'll be at actually 30
Yeah, 30 then.
and 20 to that.
Because I'm passing back. Huh, you might just win off of that.
I might.
Unless I just ace roll it twice. What? Just, oh.
30 less damage in total. Very interesting. Very interesting, like you said.
Yeah. to find an Acerola.
What? Oh, you have Acerola too?
Yeah.
Sick, yeah, man.
I'm a stall player. What do you expect from me?
I can attack, right?
No, as long as this is active.
Oh, active?
Yeah.
Flying flip. Doesn't affect you. 30 less damage.
Oh yeah. So that disengaged.
It'll be a 40 thanks to the shrine damage. And now with 30. Instead of 50. 30.
No, this isn't safe with half speed if it's active.
I know. It prevents all the damage from every metal Pokemon, right?
For the rest of the game, your metal Pokemon take 3 less damage from your
Bonus
opponent's
attacks,
attacks.
yeah. So just
So,
10 for the tick.
Okay.
Drop turn. I gotta slowly kill that Biocon.
Active.
Sick human.
You okay, bro?
Okay. Okay. So we pass 10 damage. I'm okay. I just, hopefully you don't dry so well. Oh, drop turn. What is this? What are those? Pass with the 7th.
So I'm gonna do this. Go.
Like the bear moth. Oh my god.
This is a terrible game.
Oh, pass.
See your hand.
Damn it, I have 3 energies in here.
Oh. You made me happy for no reason. I hear chat, you can see me. That's it. Let's go.
Oh my god, I can't let you have the ace.
As soon as I get it.
As soon as you get it.
This is going to be a really good game for me.
Don't, sir.
Let's go.
Don't. No. No. I'm thinking. No, I'm thinking. I was saying, as soon as you get her, I'm done.
Yeah.
If I do that, you're gonna discard energies. I gotta burst up.
I would like a Stevens resolve. I'd be very nice. I think this is actually the worst game. We can probably see it all day.
For you? With this, the shrine damage spraying out. Cynthia for
6.
Each 5 and 29. Yes, I got shit. What do you do to you when you start? Retreat. I'll attack you for 80 minus 30 for 50, my good sir. This counts as 1 energy. I have the CM field. So it's 60 plus 20, that's 80, minus 30, 50, plus 10 more for 60 damage total. And then...
You want? Yeah. Oh, you play the game.
Yes.
I don't like
I can
this.
play the game again.
Can you?
Yes.
Hold on. But you're gonna go for Mary, aren't you?
Ooh. I love this. This is the best turn of events that could ever turn of events.
I do Legos like when I go get out playing that much. I do Legos one. No, I literally bought that set just to get that thing. Just to get it on the back end. No, I didn't. Come on. I was just like money.
How many cards? 3?
Yep.
I got to like,
Gotta find a way to shuffle that. You drop a turn?
Having a hand feels nice.
How do I do this? I'm not losing. With an hour left. With an hour left. Broken.
I was because like this is hard to get the retro one, so I bought this so I can just have.
Oh wait a minute, I think. Oh my god.
I collect a lot.
Well, I could have done it. Messed me up a little more.
So close. Dun, dun, dun.
Get so far. Attack you for another 60.
This is cancer.
I knew it was not. I was short. I was like, here we Zapdos? But I didn't have it in hand and I realized, damn it.
Go ahead.
That's the turn.
Basic Pokemon cannot attack. Basic Pokemon can attack.
$60.
40.
No, you still need the 20. 60 total.
6 minus 30.
Oh, you have no energies. Damn it!
Then I'll drop turn.
Sick human. $30 more? So now I'm doing 60 for nothing.
Yeah. Sorry, this makes me so happy.
I have no field blowers.
Okay. Acerola and Lucine. Go ahead.
10 tick.
Yeah.
190. Only 70 left.
We You have to do a ridiculous amount of damage for you.
The deck doesn't kill nothing, right?
What?
Doesn't kill nothing.
Well, currently none of your Pokemon can attack.
Psychic.
For nothing.
For nothing. Tandactic. At least we're tied.
That was the judge comment. That was yeah. So the Pokemon conference call, we were in it like last week. How did you get involved in these?
Go ahead.
I got weeded out.
What? 3-1, I hope so.
Oh yeah, no, 3-1.
Shuffle, draw 5. 100 tick damage. If there's no GX in play, that's 100 damage.
No.
What?
I don't think that's how it works.
It only works against say super.
What?
What? What?
You put R2's head on backwards. Have you
So I
ever
can
built
spread
like
to you now?
Oh, yeah. You built the R2 wrong.
Oh, I need to ask.
Lisa roll violently.
Because these you repair.
Yeah, what do you need fixed? Is it Joe's? Joe's or do you need fixed? It just depends on what you need fixed. You got mad? I'm losing in the top. I feel so good. Okay, yeah, I told you this is good for you.
Pass.
I'm hoping I'm. No, I just want to play either one of y'all. I can't be. Y'all are gonna be the finals.
Well, you made it. You made it?
Yeah. That's all I cared about, because now I get.
I need that fixed. What is it?
Oh!
Like a
No, if we tie, he doesn't make it.
No,
He'll
it's
only be
red.
at 8 points.
Blue not takes it? No? I'll see what he's got. I'm sure he's got something.
He needs to win this to make top cut.
I was in a conference call with the Pokemon professors, and with the professors, and they were talking about that there's a ring that just got busted in Magic with counterfeiting cards that are going to try to get into Pokemon.
Draw for turn.
I was in that conference, and they were talking about how good the Magic is.
Yeah, you're not gonna attack.
Yeah, because Magic.
No, I can't.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about.
Pass. We're not taking any tick damage.
Because it doesn't work on me.
Why?
It's GXs, my guy.
Why?
That's not me. I
This
couldn't
don't make
tell that.
sense.
It does.
So confused.
I love it.
So confused live right now.
I like that.
I can see us play. They're even listening to us. By me tie and I win and you lose. How you gonna beat me?
Having a really big hand.
Oh. Oh my god. I gotta stop you now. Oh my god. The unknown. Hope it's priced.
It's not.
Okay. I got this. I can take him out before it's too late. How many cards? 36?
35.
Still wild though.
I was looking for this. I found another one.
I'm gonna drop a turn.
Oh, the Pokemon easy to catch up.
Just
But yeah, I don't have anybody to talk to. I bubble out. What?
I messed up by putting those Pokemon.
It's a little better. I need just yeah, magic cards, if they're certain generation things. Yeah, this is supposed to be
No, the newer one from like newer sets from
oh, like new
Ultimate
sets.
Masters.
Yeah, yeah,
After
yeah.
we were doing a lot of big stuff on Ultimate Masters.
I'll just press F4.
What happened?
Nothing. Magic joke.
Yeah, play supporter.
Yeah. I'll see.
Retro. Oh wait, this is still running.
Sometimes it'll have been a fake that they've had for a while and not.
Yeah, and usually when people bring a big card, they don't know it's fake. Like, I've never had something try to get a more machine, but it's always been like, I got this from somebody else.
They lost money and now they realize how bad it is.
Yep.
Doing all right?
You're gonna name it? Discard the top
Yeah.
card.
Waiting for the round.
That was cool.
I'm gonna get the bottom
They
five.
lost in it. That's crazy.
Why do you?
Let me look at the top card, and then I get to choose bottom or top.
I just started a new job and I drive.
Graveyard
10 hours
cards.
every day. I buy.
Power plan. What you gonna do now?
It's free.
The GX have no abilities.
Yeah, that's nice.
Let's go. Energy
I don't need to put work
and
in the car. I do investment. He sponsors the band pool, and because they're off
electric power.
they get talent
And I'm
elsewhere, and then we drive it. Oh, and I mean, I drive it
For nothing. Sweet.
That's interesting. I get that.
I mean, too.
I want to try to schoolwork while I'm driving. When I'm not physically driving, I want to go back to school.
I will pass my good sir.
I will draw.
The GX have no abilities.
I don't have a GX.
I
You sure?
I'm very sure.
to have it's a very long story. I was in the Army and I learned foreign language, so I had knowledge and then I was in New York. Because I did a curriculum at
Mine's just like because I read the game.
Now you play the long game.
Yeah.
and you literally took just as many
Better if you go
classes
down for
for
prize card because then you can
Yeah, I
serve
know, but
glutamine.
Shut up! Shut up!
Right?
Shut
I
up!
think he knows how this deck works.
Shut up!
Sounds fun. It was the best thing. Spent 8 years in the Army and then I have 100
10 laces. Shuffle. Shuffle.
Yeah, so I just need to figure out what I want to do.
Look at him.
At least he can attack. Not a basic.
I mean, you need a colored energy though.
Electric?
Yeah.
Thunder Mata.
What? 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 What?
Or I need to knock something out. And I'm set.
In my 30s.
How much?
Figure out what I want to do later on.
Alright, I'm actually.
There's a degree in medical information management.
Oh.
Oh yeah, my good sir.
Oh yeah.
This card
All I
trick.
would need is the classes for the major.
I can finally start doing something.
With experience in
60.
management and
60 Microsoft.
program management
Drop.
and in general being supervisor. And now working in medical center. Transition into a job like that. It was really cool. Taking some experience with, along with his degree to let you at least working in government.
Yeah, I have to still decide what kind of lawyer I want to be after this.
What are you interested in?
Healthcare, because my background is like public health and in biochemistry. So definitely leads towards healthcare and science side. But I'm not interested in want to practice there because of
I don't like your day.
I love it.
You love it?
I love it.
I don't like it.
So fun.
And also, it's
Is
like
it?
it's not pretty, especially
Oh, we'll drop for turn.
like, for example, on the civil side or criminal side, you just get it's hard. It's hard because you get like 30 plus cards. Like you break.
Never thought of it that way.
It break down.
Are you almost dying?
Malpractice type of thing. You can go into it and
Headball for knockout?
it's more. It's
What?
but I'm just right.
That's exactly what I wanted.
For real?
Yeah. Drop.
You sure?
Yeah.
I feel
Drop it.
cry all night. Of lack of sleep.
What? We're gonna get stuck.
That's why I'm like, I'm not like,
Sure.
I mean, I thought a lot of it just like who's that fatal
Excuse me.
and they were like, why do you have fatal I'm like,
Then I have one more supporter I can play.
they'll be like, I'll see why you did it. I don't see why you did it. I mean, I got the only place to why is why I'm just having like a character.
23. 23, 22. 22?
Yeah.
Ooh la la.
I'm thinking about it.
21. I said keep the can right and push pressure. 23.
What?
22.
Unless he plays judge. If he plays judge, then there's just no point.
20.
Wait,
I don't like that.
Burger that's good?
Oh my god, I can't even attack. It's hot. That is hot, my good sir. Good job.
I had in and out once in Austin. That's like nothing in California.
That's like the 8th best burger you can eat in Waco.
Captain Whizbang.
Whizbangs, Hell Camp, Five
I didn't wait
Guys,
to attack
Whataburger.
again.
I only went to Chipotle
I've never been to
because
Chipotle.
they would fill me up for 2 weeks. We had Freebird.
Oh, Freeburger is so much better than Chipotle.
You're never gonna kill nothing. Why are you gonna kill nothing? Sure. Pass.
Somebody that's an admin to the page would have to accept me because I send her.
I don't think I'm an admin. Jermaine is at least.
I think you are.
Am I an admin? I've never gotten any kind of notifications for anything.
Well, you can tell me how to post last time.
I'll see if I
If you don't have notifications, then you're not on.
I always have notifications.
I mean, I'm good at
Resolve.
Yeah, then you're not admin. You don't have like notifications somebody
No, I
has to
didn't.
join because it'll just send you a thing like you accept me. Because I'm an admin for everything.
Oh,
Fine, got energy.
I'm gonna either be. It's gonna come down. What?
They were saying there's
I don't know. If I don't, I'm done in
Retreat.
3 or 4 minutes. If I do, it should be another round or 2.
You kill it, you don't take no prize. Good try.
I'll let you know when I'm ready. happened? Oh, alright. Build your own card. Yes.
Currently is now turn 0.
I'm turn 1 now. Draw for turn. Not enough, my good sir. Not enough. I will pass turn for your turn. Turn 2. Yeah, not even close.
Feels bad.
And this is your last turn.
Feels bad. Yeah, we tied.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll tie, I guess. Let's see.
Mikkel and the Viaplum force you to do some use cards.
And then I don't get another turn.
You will turn 0.
Yeah.
I'm turn 3. Pass turn. 3 game.
If I didn't put that loot, if I didn't actually put that Lieutenant Surge down, I think I would have got it.
I think
30
so,
cards
too.
in hand.
Game's over?
We tied.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted.
You guys could have done it earlier
Yeah, we could have.
and just pressed.
No, but he had a way of winning. Just it was close. How many cards did you get? Yeah,
I
the
had
unknown.
30 cards.
Yeah, but you guys couldn't. You guys could have.
No, but he needed to go for win because he only has 7 points.
Huh? Oh, he had 7.
Yeah,
had
he
to
needs
win?
to end it.
Oh, okay.
So now he's out.
He's out of the running for 2-1.
We tied, so he's out.
Oh, that's close though.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's so fun. But
It's not fun for the opponent, but
yeah, it's really fun for me. I love it. I love stuff.
I love it too. If it was my deck, I love it. But I'm playing against it,
I think there are a few things I would have changed
yeah,
in this list.
you would actually attack. No?
No, not that game. Not against you. I just need Vile Plume.
He does attack that?
What?
He attacks? He takes knockouts? No?
I want to take the slip so we can get the parent.
Stressful game. Stressful. I'll take the tie down. And
Man, whoever's watching the stream must be like, that's a fucking good game.
everybody quit. Nobody's online.
Oh. they stall twice in a row.
At least recording.
So I could have won on the next turn. I would Lieutenant Surge, Lusamine, go up 4 cards.
And then your draw card would be the first. Do you have? Yeah.
Alright, go for it.
What I'm doing with my life.
Hey guys, this is Omar from Team Earthstream. Joining me today is Butter. We're going to be commentating for you guys for the top 4 that we have at the League Cup at Game Closet today, guys. And today we have Nolan on the left and Richard on the right. And I believe Nolan is playing his main deck with Buzzwole, and Richard's playing a Zoro Savali.
Yeah. So with the Buzzwole Stack Attack deck that I played against earlier as well, it's a bunch of baby Buzzwoles with Sledgehammer, and then you got a Stack Attack. He uses Beast Ring to power it up, and he has buff padding to make its HP like super big, and of course its ability when they're at 3 prizes, your opponent's at 3 prizes, it makes it like 200 HP, and then buff padding makes it 250. So you can get really big.
Just ridiculous amounts of numbers. And this is a favorable matchup for Nolan because he is going against Zoro. I think Zoro Savali, I believe that's what he's playing.
Yeah.
So that Savali is probably going to be key for Rich, or is that a weakness to fighting as well?
Savali, yeah, it's weak to fighting as well.
Oh my goodness.
With it, I think Stack Attack's weakness is grass, I believe. So I don't think he would run a grass memory, but if he did randomly run a grass memory, it could hit for weakness on it. But
okay. Yes, because he wouldn't need that to get those one hit knockouts on that Stack Attack up.
Yeah, definitely.
So right now it looks like we are off, and we got Richardson using Ultra Ball, wait for a water disc. Guzma, yeah, he's definitely not going to need that water.
Yeah, it's not going to be that useful.
And it looks like he's got that new Marshadow in play.
Yeah, what sucks about that Marshadow is you can't use the ability in active, so he's stuck there until he attaches to it and retreats, or if he Guzmas, which he already got rid of one.
Yeah, so it looks like he is getting Grimer out, which is going to be great actually for this matchup.
We'll shut off Stack Attack's ability along with Dynasty Prism Star and Let Loose, unless he just uses it turn 1.
So it's going to help him keep Stack Attack at bay, so he doesn't get that extra HP going on. There we go. So yeah, we're just waiting to see what else he's going to do. Okay,
Looks
so
like a Lily, I think 7.
Alright.
Yeah, 7. That's a good Lily.
Really good start.
I think he'd be looking for some Zoras, definitely, because he doesn't have any besides the technical Ditto. There's one Zora.
So a really good start for Rich. He was able to play his hand down, Lily for a brand new hand, and get some Pokemon on his bench. That's what you want to see with the Zoroark decks. You want to be able to go through your first turn. And the new versions also run Dedenne to help out with that situation.
Oh yeah, definitely. After supportering, you can Dedenne and dig even more, or the other way around. You Dedenne first into the Lily.
It just helps that much.
Looks like he passed, saving the Ultra Balls for next turn when he wants to get Zoroarks probably. So I think there was like 1 or 2 Ultra Balls in there.
Choice Man attachment onto the bench Buzzwole with a Lily for him for, I believe, 4 or 5 cards look like.
I think it might have been 5.
5. Diancie coming down along with another Stack Attacker. Energy attachment, alright.
Looks like he will be attacking for 30 because the Diancie makes the resistance non-existent.
Oh, that's right.
So it'll just do, instead of 10, it'll be 30, which is better than nothing, I guess. Does give him a way to ace to roll out of the active, though, if he so chooses.
That is true.
See an evolution with Silvally. Looks like might be attaching. Oh,
Pokegear. Alright, Pokegon.
He's been Pokekon with Mew.
Alright.
Not very useful in this
So
matchup.
probably, what do you think? A Zoroark?
Most likely.
Or
Unless he
Grimer.
wants to get like
If he gets Grimer, it shuts
a
down.
quick muck, but
Or
if
yes,
you
Muck,
were
I'm
to
sorry.
if you were to muck the Grimer, you wouldn't be able to use Ditto. So probably a Zoroark first. See him contemplating.
Let's see if he catches that play.
I think he'd probably want to get the Zoroark in this case, but then again, like, there's not really many options when it comes to Zoro Silvally, since everything's weak to fighting, just about, including the Grimer, oddly enough.
Yeah, so he does grab that Zoroark.
gonna get the Zorak, involve the Zora. And I think he's Ultra Balling now. I think he got rid of the Dene, maybe. Probably looking for another Zorak, maybe?
Yeah, another Zorak to get that Diddle going, so you don't, it's just not sitting duck right there.
Definitely. Easy prize for Nolan if he
Chooses to Guzma out.
chooses to Guzma, yeah.
But I think Nolan might wait for that Guzma kill for either that Muck that's going to be played down, because it is going to shut down his main focus of his deck for the Stack Attack.
Along with the Dynasty.
Yeah, because anything else he can just one-shot. Or maybe possibly two-shot. Since he is hitting for weakness.
Looks like he will go for the Zorak.
So this is what we wanted to see from Rich, to get that other Zorak so he can have more trade abilities going on. And right now, if he has, it'd be great if he's got the Rider Fill so he can start taking knockouts as well.
Oh yeah, I also just realized he doesn't need to like Ace Roll or attach to the active. He has Silvali's ability, which gives it no retreat.
That's right, no retreat.
And it looks like instead of the Zorak, he's going for the Persian, which isn't that bad.
Now, Persian is really good because if Nolan takes a knockout, Rich gets to search his decks for two cards of any of his choice and put them in his hand, so it helps out that Zorak player a lot. Instead of having that cargo, now you have that.
Looks like he's field blowing the choice band. And he's gonna Dene with no cards in hand for 6. Clean to Dene. I think he'd be looking for most likely an energy to attack and hopefully like a Devoured Field or maybe a Kukui because he hasn't supported yet, so he could actually take a knockout on the Buzzle. It looks like he managed to most likely find his Muck as well.
That's exactly what he wants off that Dene, to get that Muck out, to shut down those abilities on Nolan's side, to slow him down a little bit because he is going to be hitting for weakness. And hopefully it is in his deck.
What did he like? Did he just see like?
Looks like there's the Muck. It was all the way at the top, so if you just traded, he would have got it. But I mean, you want to guarantee it at least.
Exactly, you want to guarantee that to be able to shut that down.
Now I know he hit a DC. Whether or not he actually hit I don't know if he runs Devoured Field or maybe Kukui, but he might have hit one of those. But I'm sure he could possibly trade into it. He does only have one trade, is the thing. Oh yeah, okay, I've completely. He can attack with Marshadow. For one colorless, it does 10, and then it does 60 more if he's hitting into an Ultra Beast, so it hits it for weakness.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Okay, so that's why Nolan wanted to take care of this Marshadow as fast as possible. Because he wants to start putting some damage on it to be able to knock it out eventually. So Rich is actually in a good state right here because he can get at least 2 knockouts before that Zorak is taken out, or I mean, the Marshadow is taken out.
Definitely.
And since Muck is out now, Stack Attack's ability and Diance's ability shut it down, so his Buzzballs are going to be hitting for nothing. Unless he somehow gets Beast Energy, so he's be swinging for 30 just alone.
So it looks like on the Nolan's turn, he attaches a Fighting Energy and a Buff Padding to the Stack Attacker. Looks like he has a Pokegear in his hand. And Kukui's just trying to decide what he wants to play. The Kukui doesn't really help. Doesn't make a knockout on the Marshadow because it has not only resistance to fighting but 80 HP. So it looks like he just had a Cynthia in his hand instead of going for like a Guzma off the Pokegear or something. I think Nolan would be looking for probably maybe Shrine. Shrine wouldn't be bad. There's a lot of GXs on.
Yeah, Shrine could definitely be helping him on his side. Well, buffer pads on that Stack Attack is going to be crazy because that's putting Stack Attack already high.
Yeah, 170.
Is Stack Attack still an Ultra Beast as well?
Yeah, Stack Attack is, yeah. So once Rich gets down to 4 prize cards, you can just go Beastering a bunch, power them up.
That's right. So there is that dilemma then, because if Rich gets this knockout, he puts Nolan in beast ring range and also sledgehammer range. So a Guzma could just turn the game around, or at least get him caught up with price trade.
Definitely. Kinguzma, either the Valley or the Zork or even the Persian. Most likely the Persian.
Persian is most helpful, yes.
That denies the Persian ability.
Even the Dene as well is weak to fighting.
Definitely. Or he might just want to go and KO the Mug, get his abilities back. But it looks like he just sledgehammered for 10? Yeah, 10.
So Nolan does have Guzma in hand, so if Rich takes out this knockout, that will be a price trade right there for him with a sledgehammer turn. And also, if he's got beast rings, it's going to help him a lot.
Definitely. Looks like he trades away Zora. Draws into a Lily, which isn't that useful. His hand's pretty big already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and after a while, those Lilies just become tradable cards. You just want them for the initial setup, so that's a good thing about them too. So we're trying to see in Rich's hand. It's got Rescue Stretcher.
I think there's like 2 Lilies and then just a bunch of Pokemon. Looks like he'll just take a knockout. The Stretcher's definitely good for getting the Marshadow back so he can just keep going with Marshadow.
Oh, that's exactly right, yeah, because the Marshadow's doing some damage right now, and it's crazy because it's hidden for that weakness. So he is gonna Nest Ball. Oh,
looks like
so
he
Stretcher, Nest Ball?
Rescue Stretcher and then Nest Ball. Then played another Cynthia.
So he won't be able to
Nolan's
get...
looking for an energy for sure, since it is the Sledge turn, he can finally take a knockout on the Marshadow.
Well, if he's Cynthia, so now he can't
can't
Guzma, so he's gonna get the knockout on here then.
He'll get a knockout, but he won't get like 2 prizes and get caught up.
So Nolan wants to see some beast rings so he can get another Buzzwole ready, or either stock attack that's most likely to get them ready and going.
Definitely.
And energies as well. A Guzma would be great for him. That way for next turn he can get a returning knockout and catch up on the prizes.
Looks like he did get an energy at least, and a two counter energies,
okay.
and a shrine.
Alright,
That's
so
good.
he got some good stuff this turn for him with that Cynthia. It was a good Cynthia for him.
And he got a Lily for next turn, which is good. So there isn't that many options, but at least he did get a beast ring off the prizes. That's pretty big.
And he's still in the range because Rich is at 2 prizes. He takes another one, so it's still in beast range for Nolan.
Yes, he is.
So now it's up to Rich to decide what's going to happen. We do have shrine damage going around. He decides to promote the Dene, so I'm not sure if he's going to Guzma something else out and target another card.
Well, he does still have Silvali's ability, because it's not shut off from Muk since it's an evolution. So Dedenne has no retreat, which is
that's
good.
exactly right.
So it looks like he trades. I think at the moment he doesn't have an energy to... Well, he has a triple, but you can't attach that to Marshadow. Well, you can, it'll just get discarded, that's the thing.
So yes, Rescue Stretcher, another double color. This would be great for him to get that Marshadow back and promote it again and start getting knockouts again.
It looks like he'll have to... He does want to really get a knockout. He can either like Rebel GX with Silvally or even use Slashback on Persian as well.
Oh, that's correct.
But the only way he's taking a knockout on this baby Buzzwole is if he GX attacks, which just feels
It looks
bad.
like he's got Rescue Stretcher in hand.
So he has Rescue Stretcher, it's just he doesn't have a DCU to attach to the Marshadow. Just a triple.
Did he get his cards from the Persian yet? Because that...
Well, he knocked out the Marshadow, which isn't a GX. So
okay, so it's
he
got to
can't
be a
Persian.
GX Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm about to go back.
Sadly enough. And you don't want to go for the 2-shot here, because if you don't take a knockout this turn, Sledge is still active and he'll still get a knockout on whatever you have inactive anyways.
So yes, this turn is crucial for him because Sledgehammer won't be as hard, won't be hitting for the full amount.
Looks like he's... I don't know what he's doing. I think he's just thinking about... Oh, he played a Guzma.
Okay, so Guzma was
okay.
playing, okay.
the Guzmas up the stack attack.
I think the better option would have been to take out that Buzzwole with the energy, because you want to make it harder for your opponent to get energies on the board.
Definitely.
Because Nolan would have had to Beast Ring and then find another energy for his turn to be able to attack. But now all he's got to do is get a one Beast Ring, which he has in his hand, to be able to get this knockout right there.
Shrine goes go aheads and ticks, putting 20 on all of it all together after 2 turns. Nolan is trying to decide what he wants to put up. Looks like it's going to be the stack attacker with the buff batting. Top deck's in Ultra Space. It can be good, just not right now since Shrine's doing a bunch of work for him.
Definitely don't want to lock that away. It's getting him in those numbers that he needs.
Looks like he's playing the B string, attaches to the active stack attacker. Definitely going to get a knockout.
Needs what? One more energy? He's got the counter gain energy, but I think he's trying to hang on to that. So it looks like
He
he's gonna
benches let loose just to not do anything with it. Oh, so he can Lily for more cards.
Alright. Okay, so he did attach the counter energy.
Yeah, so he benched Marshadow to draw more cards off of Lily. It's a beast energy, which is pretty good.
It's gonna be great
Makes
for next
numbers
turn.
better since the Diancie is shut off. And you got an Ultra Ball that can thin the deck for him for sure, but might not be that useful right now.
He's got to wait till Rich gets a knockout here.
So he gets a Tails on the stack attack, which I mean, it's not that useful this game, but I mean it can be good to mill a bunch of cards. Yeah, that's just been one of Nolan's problems most of this day. He hasn't been getting many heads for the mill aspect of stack attack.
Well, for this match, it works out well because he is, regardless of the heads or tails, he's still getting a knockout.
Definitely.
The heads would have been just the icing on the cake on that, especially for a Zoroark player, since he needs his resources as much as he can because he's burning through them already as it is. So Rich, what would be the best promotion for Rich? I guess any basic Pokemon right now. So
Good thing to note is that, well, I mean, you can put a basic Pokemon up, but the Silvally isn't out anymore since you just
so
got knocked
that's-
out. You
that's
can
right.
use Persian, which is good, but he's looking to try and get a one-shot on this stack attack. He has to do 170. I don't know how many Pokemon he has in there for Vengeance, or maybe he could use its GX attack along with the Kukui to do 170. At the moment, he's not getting that knockout, unless he just decides to Guzma something. But you definitely want to try and get rid of it this turn, if possible.
yes, because they would slow Nolan down because he will be past his Beast Ring turn, and it would definitely slow him down.
So we see a counter stadium, which is good. He does run Devour Field. And I think what Rich is looking for here is possibly using Catwalk's ability, or Persian's Catwalk ability,
To get the cards he needs. Okay.
get a Kukui and a triple. If he does run a Kukui, which he does, it is in there. He could get a Kukui and a triple, and you can use Slashback GX for
See, if,
170.
That's right. And if Nolan would have gotten the heads, Rich's deck is already thin as it is.
Definitely.
So we did not see what he pulled out, but he does need triple and Kukui to get this knockout, like you said.
That will get him a knockout. It's just what he decides to promote, because if he promotes Zora, it'll just get knocked out from weakness. Promote Muck, you don't really want it to get killed, which I don't think it would this turn, unless Nolan got like 2 heads off a swing around with a... Well, then again, he's going off of his Beast Ring turn, so he won't... The most he can do is a Sledgehammer next turn.
Just a regular one too. Because if Rich takes this knockout, it's going to go back down to the regular damage for the Sledgehammer.
Definitely.
So it's very important for him to get this knockout this turn because it is going to slow Nolan down, and not only that, he's getting rid of 3 energies on Nolan's side of the board.
Definitely. I think Nolan will still be behind in prize cards, so that he could still use that second counter energy that is in his hand that he didn't use. So he can still swing around. It's just whether or not he gets heads or not to like KO the Muck or maybe the Zoroark, depending on if he gets at least one heads. Looks like we see a Palpad, probably getting the Guzma maybe, and maybe if he like Maybe the judge that's in there.
Yeah, Judge would be good too.
Yeah, because looking at Nolan's deck, he doesn't really have much like ability draw compared to like Jirachi decks or Zorak decks. He just relies on Pokegear. Going and getting Judge down to 4 is really harsh with just having the 4 cards along with your top deck.
And then his bench is full, so he can't just, if he draws a Marshall or anything. Alright, so Rich.
So he's got a triple.
Yeah, does he have the Kukui? That's all he needs. He could
I
even.
think he didn't go for the Kukui when he catwalked. He might have went for the Pal Pad.
Okay. Well, he could also Ultra Ball for Lele, and we'll see what he's about to do here then.
Well, Muck does shut off the Lele, so
Oh, that's correct.
Lele's not an option for him right now.
That is correct.
That Zora has been out for a turn, so that is a second Zora. So he can trade at least twice, it's just whether or not he draws into the Kukui.
I think he just wants to limit the potential of Nolan getting 2 prizes.
Definitely.
So, Ultra Ball the way, type Null and a Zora or Zorua away, and let's see what he fishes out this turn. So,
Looks like he grabs another Zora.
So he's possibly thinning out his deck then, that's what he's trying to do then.
Definitely. Trying to trade for the Kukui.
A lot of pressure right here. So far,
Definitely.
Rich has been doing a really good job going against his weakness.
Especially with such a crucial matchup. All these fighting types. Looks like he's going to Ultra Ball a second time to thin the deck even more than he already has. Trying to contemplate what he's going to discard. He does have a Stretcher in hand, so whatever Pokemon he decides to discard. Looks like 2 Zorarks.
Oh man, well he no use right now, like,
Stretcher, yeah.
Stretcher. So I would definitely, I would have definitely gotten the Marshall back as well. I think he's saving it maybe.
Most likely, if he ends up Stretchering and shuffling, he'll go for like. Oh, he might just have the Vengeance knockout, not even need the Kukui.
Oh, that's right.
He has 4, 6, 7. He does have all 8, so he does.
Okay.
He does like 170. Okay. Yeah, he definitely. I think he has the exact number he needed.
Okay, so
for
that's
stack
a
attack.
very good play from Rich. I didn't even
having
think
to
about
use the
that. He
GX
was
attack, yeah.
he was getting rid of his own Pokemon to be able to use that GX attack, which is great.
Looks like he's lilying, maybe? Or deciding if he wants to. Yeah,
Okay,
he's
so
gonna lily.
for 3, I believe.
Or oh, he's gonna trade it away.
Trade, okay.
Either way, you're getting 2 more cards.
So it looks like a Mew. He doesn't need that Mew, so if he can throw it away, that would help too, to make sure he gets those numbers. So there
I mean,
goes
it looks like he's gonna trade away the Sylval. The Mew actually isn't that bad. Its ability may be shut off, but its attack isn't that bad. It does colorless, and then you can place 3 damage counters anyway.
That's
That
right,
could
that-
soften stuff up.
that would put the Buzzwalls in knockout range, just in
Definitely.
case the Devour Fury gets knocked out.
Exactly. Or if there's enough turns, he could like Psy power the Marshadow like 3 times. But
Right?
it's a lot to ask for, but it could happen. Looks like he did hit the Kukui anyway, so if he didn't get enough Pokemon, he would have still been able to slash back. But at least he doesn't have to use his GX attack this turn.
Let's see what he chooses.
That's what you get for playing.
Either way would be good because he could either GX this turn or.
Looks like he's going to use the
Okay.
Kukui. I think he might be wanting to GX attack and switch into like the Muck, which is just a 1 prize. Because if he were to Vengeance instead of Slash back, Nolan could just counter energy the Buzzwole, and with just one heads on the swing around, it would KO the
There we go,
Persian.
exactly
So
what
he
I
is
wanted.
going to just slash back and put up a Muck, which is just 1 prize. And since
I'm not sure if Nolan can get this knockout on this monk right now, actually, either.
if he were to counter energy, he would need to get both heads with swing around in order to do 120 to knock it out, which is a lot to ask for.
And there's those beast rings, but it's a little too late now. Okay, so
Oh, he does have a cuckoo, which means he'll have to get one less heads, but it still doesn't feel that good having to rely on a coin to get the heads and get a knockout for just one prize.
so he just needs counter energy, and I believe he had it in his
Yes,
hands.
because
Okay.
last turn he had benched the Mars Shadow so he could Lily for more cards because he wanted to keep the counter energy in his hand, which is definitely a good play from him. And he also has the Beast energy.
Okay,
So that's not that useful right
Ultra
now.
Ball away, then get to see what he got.
Oh, he has a Frost Rotom. That's not exactly that beneficial in this matchup, but it is interesting to note that he has it. Since he
I wonder why he's getting that out.
Maybe
It
just
does
a thin.
20 damage.
Well, it wouldn't do any damage
Yeah,
because it
that's
does
right.
like 10 plus 20 more for each energy on your opponent's field.
That's right.
Which means it would just do 10 damage.
Especially with the triple energy acceleration that gets discarded at the end of the turn. So let's see what he ends up doing. Okay.
It's going to get rid of the Devour Field.
So that's why it was important. There we go. Okay.
Goes ahead and counter energy and Kukuis. And now he just needs to get a heads and he'll actually knock out the Muck with swing around.
And so this RNG right here, if he gets his head, he's gonna be same with praises with Rich. He does have 2 energies in his hand as well for next turn.
Oh, one thing about with Muck. Okay, so if he Secret Hoods, because he has a Secret Hood in his hand, Secret Hood, it says it prevents abilities that are affecting your Pokemon, right?
Yes.
Which means if you put it on the Diancie gets turned on again because of the Secret Hood. So that means
So
you
it
won't
doesn't-
need the heads.
So it doesn't have to be active?
Oh yeah, I think Secret Hood.
Because I'm not sure if the...
It looks like they're contemplating that right now. If I'm thinking of Secret Hood correctly, let me look up Secret Hood.
So it looks like it did go through and he was able to get that
What's
knockout.
Stealthy Hood?
But we're about to make sure real quick.
So Stealthy Hoods says prevent all effects of your opponent's abilities done to the Pokemon this card is attached to. Since Alolan Muck affects your opponent's Pokemon, that means Secret Hood would keep Diancie's ability active, which means with the Kukui and the Diancie, Swing Around does knock out the Muck without even hitting heads.
An incredible play from Nolan's side with the Stealthy Hood guaranteed him that knockout instead of having to roll for it.
Definitely better than having to roll for it. Of course, now that you've knocked out the Muck, the Stealthy Hood's just kind of there. It was definitely a good play for that turn.
So right now, let's see, Rich wants to promote something that's got the most life, so it makes it that much harder for Nolan to knock it out. I think that fresh Zoroark could have been better, but I'm not sure.
I mean, yeah, because he does have the Kukui in hand, so he can get up to the 140 mark to actually knock it out. It's just whether or not he has the basic Pokemon, which he does have the Mew in hand, and whether or not he has another basic, which I know he has Stretcher, so he could definitely just have attacked with the fresh Zoroark and get the knockout, but it looks like he just wants to attack with Persian.
So throw away some more Pokemon from his hand to get those numbers going. And get rid of those energies.
Looks like he's contemplating Stretcher, because 2 Pokemon did just enter the discard, which means there's at least, because Persian's Vengeance attack only counts up to 180, and there's definitely already 9 in there for sure, because when we counted last turn it was like 6 or 7, might have been 8, so there's definitely enough now, so the Stretcher won't affect the numbers. And
Not
as
for-
long-
yeah, not
as
for
long
that
as he
130,
does-
yeah.
yeah, the 130.
For
So
the stack
it looks
attack,
like he's going to
maybe.
get the Mars Shadow back, which is definitely a good card to have in this matchup. Surprisingly. And he does have at least 2 other basics in his hand with Meowth and the Mew. Maybe putting the Meowth isn't that bad because I don't think he'll get a knockout on the Persian, but if he does, you know, at least you'll possibly have a Persian for the next turn to Catwalk. get some more cards.
That's correct.
Looks like he's gonna nest ball just to thin. But there's nothing in there to thin, so.
Yeah, this turn's crucial because they're both at 2 prizes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're both at 2 prizes, so Rich needs to.
So most likely, I'm trying to think of a way Nolan can get this knockout next turn. I don't think it's in the cards for him because he would need to be able to attach 2 energies again, which he's off the beast string turn, and I mean Frost Rotom could happen. It's just there won't be any energy on the field.
Let me see. Choice Band, he's got Beast Ring, Beast Energy as well, and Diancie now, so that's a total.
Okay, so that
might get him close.
Let's see, with Sledgehammer, that's 3, Choice Band is 60, and then Diancie does 80.
And then Beast
and
Energy.
then a Beast Energy would be 110, which would knock it out. It's just, I know he has the Beast Energy in hand. I don't know if he has a Choice Band in hand, though.
And not only that, if he gets a Guzma, he
then
can
that's
get
just
that,
game
yeah,
anyways.
get that Dene out, and just guarantees it.
So
So
Denny
it's
has
a lot of
130 left.
a lot of cards for Nolan to get, but it is possible.
So we know he has the Beast Energy in hand. Whether or not he has the Choice Band is the question. We see another Choice Band from Rich. Looks like he just had 2 of them, wanted to get rid of them.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
no need for them, yeah.
Looks like he's gonna Pokecom away the Lele.
I wonder what he's trying to fish out.
Maybe just thin the deck as much as possible. He might be gearing for a Judge, maybe.
Oh, that would hurt Nolan really bad.
Oh, it looks like that's what he's doing.
Okay,
He's
so
judging,
Judge play.
getting rid of that Beast Energy.
Oh, so that's gonna set Nolan back because Nolan did have that Beast Energy, and he had a lot of cards in his hand, so it could have been possible for him to make it happen.
Definitely.
So now
Now it just comes down to what Nolan draws off this Judge along with his top deck.
yeah, that's correct. So this Buzzwole is definitely going down this turn on Nolan's side, and it's gonna be left on this Marshadow and see what happens.
Now I know Nolan plays like 2 Kukuis, so he might have 1 left. If he were to not hit like the Choice Band, but he hits the Beast Energy, that would still be enough to knock out the Persian. It looks like he did get the Beast Energy back. I don't know if he got a Choice Band or a Kukui.
So one of the pieces is there.
He'll
That's
just need the
60,
other one.
80 damage right now, so that's 1.
Looks like the rest of his hand is Buff Padding, Beast Ring, and then maybe a Stretcher? So it looks like he's just gonna Vengeance, take the knockout on the Buzzwole, go down to 1 prize. Nolan still has 2. Looks like he's gonna try and see what he might have left when it comes to options. Probably counting those energies in the discard.
Yeah.
See how likely it is for him to just have the return knockout next turn.
Now, Rich side of the board, he can either get a Kukui for the Zorak knockout, or either use the Marshadow, or once again the Persian if he's not able to get this knockout. But if Nolan gets this knockout, this Persian, that's game 1 right there for Nolan.
Definitely.
So let's see what he's got. So he promotes the Buzzwole up. Ultra space.
Looks like he definitely doesn't have the Choice Band. He does 3, 6, 8. That's 160, and he's just 10 off.
It looks like he's ultra space to see what he's got left in his deck.
So right now, Sledgehammer does 3, 6, and then Diancie makes it 80, which is only 160, and then it has 30 on it. So it has 10
so
HP
close,
left.
so close by 10 points. If he
Just
had
needed a Choice
shrine,
Band
the
or
shrine
a
would have
Shrine.
helped. Yeah, shrine would have helped in this.
Or if Shrine had stayed out for just 1 more turn.
And there's that triple energy acceleration Rich needed for this turn.
So it looks like he just has the game, but he's just making sure off the trade maybe. Or even has a Guzma, either way. Yeah. And that Rich takes game 1, and he had a Choice Band and a Kukui left prize for Nolan.
So the key support cards were in his prizes, and yeah, the match was close, really close. That Marshadow, I forgot that it was resistant to fighting, so it definitely put Rich in a such a up ahead in prizes.
Yeah, at first, seeing Rich start the Marshadow, it didn't seem that good, and then we realized it actually does really well against the Buzzwolves.
So we're going to be shuffling until we get to game 2 for you guys. Really good game for both players right here. Really great plays that both made. Going back and forth with prizes, and it all came down to that Marshadow or that judge that Rich played on the last one.
Definitely.
He's able to trade away, so that judge doesn't hurt him at all because he could just trade into Zorax and get more cards as needed. And it definitely put Nolan behind on what he needed to get that return knockout. So that was a great play for Rich to do, to reduce the hand size of Nolan to prevent him from getting those key cards that he needed for that knockout. But there was a lot of ways out for Nolan. Just one Shrine tick would have just helped that matchup even. I'm not sure if he had a Shrine left in his deck though. I'm not sure if he plays just 2 or 1.
I actually did play against him earlier in the tournament, and he did tell me he runs 2. I know he runs 2 choice bands, or not 2 choice bands, 2 shrines, 2 kukuis, but I think he runs like 2 or 3 choice bands.
Okay. And then the 2 Ultra Space to help him get his Ultra Beast out. Okay.
Yeah. Because like, with his deck, he has like 3 or 4 Stakatakas and 3 or 4 Buzzles, just a bunch of Ultra Beasts.
What a crazy deck to bring to a League Cup, right?
Definitely.
And he's in Top Cut too. That's the craziest thing.
It's definitely good that Rich got the first game, because now he just needs another.
Yeah.
No one has to come crawling back with two wins off these next 2 games.
I mean, that's good for Rich because he is going against weakness, so that's stressful as it is already.
Definitely.
So that first game win for him definitely puts him ahead because all he needs is 1 now. Nolan can get there since he's hitting for weakness, so we'll see what happens with game 2. And this is what happens towards the end of the seasons when people are already going to Worlds. They're just playing meme decks and just having fun, and it's really good competitive play here because everybody's just having a good time instead of getting salty about some things.
Definitely. So it looks like Nolan got a mulligan, and looks like Rich, he has a Zora, and then I think he might have another Zora. Yeah, he has 2 Zoras in his hand.
Okay, so off to a decent start.
Looks like he's gonna bench all of them.
Did we see his active Pokemon?
I know he has 2 Zoras on the bench, but he might have started with something else in the
Because
end.
if he started with Marshadow again, this is gonna
Even
be
better, because he's going second most likely instead of first, since Nolan did lose. I'm sure he wanted to decide to go first. So
it would make sense because it slows Rich from evolving Pokemon.
Yeah, all those evolutions. Looks like it's a Grimer. Okay.
Okay, he can afford to.
Yeah, he can afford to lose.
It's not a lot of life too. It's gonna take Nolan at least two or three turns to knock that out.
Oh my god.
So Nolan is deciding to go first. Trying to look at his hand. Looked like he had a counter energy in there.
Looks like he's deciding to Ultra Ball, I think. He Ultra Balled away Kukui and oh, looks like he's just gonna go for a Let Loose turn 1.
Okay, that's a good play too. You usually want to do that on the first turn for Zora players because that's the only time you're really gonna mess them up.
Definitely.
After that, when they're set up, Marshallow's it's not gonna hurt them at all.
Yeah, especially against Zoro. Like, if you can just let loose before they get all their Zoroarks, that's the key point to just make them dead draw and eventually just lose.
That's correct. And it's a good thing that Rich decided to play both of Zoruas down before getting Marshadow, because if not, he would have just had to use more resources to dig out more Zoruas out.
Definitely.
Okay, so let's see what we get after this Marshadow.
So from Rich we got a Kukui, the Marshadow, Nestball, and I think a Pokecom.
So Pokecom is going to help him because he can either fish out a Tapu Lele for his first turn or either Dedenne, whichever he chooses to. Probably the Tapu Lele first.
Now from Nolan we see a Pokegear and a Buzzhole. The other 2 cards I'm not sure about. He might have Dead Drew, let loose himself essentially into nothing. Looks like he got an energy at least. But all I know is that Nolan's last card is definitely not a supporter.
So that Marshall could have backfired on him. But he still has a turn because Rich can't get a knockout this turn. Well, he could, potentially, right? With the Marshall?
Well, if he runs Switch, or maybe if he just decides to Guzma this turn, maybe. He could get a knockout on the bench puzzle.
To be honest, I believe it's worth it because he's also has a Pookie communication in there that he can get the Denny out for to get more set up if he chooses to use that supporter Guzma.
I think the problem is that Rich's hand, it was just a Pokecom, and then he had the Marshadow and a Kukui, and then the last card was the Nest Ball. I don't know what he top decked, so he wouldn't be able to... Oh, he got a memory off the top deck, so he has to Pokecom away the Marshadow.
Okay, that's alright, because he can fish it out. He's got a lot of outs.
Definitely.
He's got Nest Balls, he's got Ultra Balls.
Pokecoms and Ultra Balls.
So it's better to set up right now for him. Let's see what he gets.
So he's either going to Pokecom for a Dedenne or maybe the Lele, depending on which one might be in the deck. Looks like it's a Lele.
It's probably
most likely getting a Lily.
Probably the best option because it lets him get more cards, I believe, after his hand size is smaller now.
Yeah, his hand consists of Kukui and Fighting Memory. So I guess he could just like get rid of the Fighting Memory by playing it down because it doesn't really matter in this matchup. Yeah. So then he could Lily for 7, similar to how he did last game.
You could either attach it to Tapu Lele or to that Grimer. Either one would be great.
Definitely. Maybe even just attach it to the Ditto. Like maybe randomly Nolan has something weak to fighting, and maybe the Ditto ends up as a Silvally, so...
Could be possible.
But I mean, I feel like there's no reason why you wouldn't play the memory down.
There we go. And that's what he's choosing to do before he chooses the Lele, or Lily, I'm sorry.
So yeah, Lily's and he's getting a fresh 7 cards. I mean, it's not 8, but it is 7, so... It looks like he did get some Pokemon and maybe a Pokecom. Persian, Mew, Pokecom, 2 DCs, a Judge, and maybe a Guzma?
A lot of good stuff.
Definitely. He's definitely got an attack lined up for next turn, if he decides to just leave the Pokecom in his hand. He's going to go ahead and preemptively attach. That could be risky depending on how good Nolan's hand might be, because he could just Guzma and kill the Zora.
Well, the thing is, Nolan has got 1 card, so even if he gets a supporter, he's got to use a draw supporter. He's got to use it before Guzma.
Definitely.
So I think that's what Rich is thinking over here. Well,
so it looks
like didn't get to see that draw. Went too fast. All right, so
nothing
good off.
Nothing. Just the Sledgehammer for 60. That's harsh.
Okay, so next turn, that Grammar will be knocked down, I believe. It's only got 80 life. So he hits it for weakness then.
That is true. Rich does play the Pokemon, most likely going to get a Zork, start doing some trading. I know he has a Guzma hand, so he could definitely Guzma and kill the Marshadow if he wanted to. Or even
the bench
possibly get the Buzzwole and then use Marshadow. Looks like he's going to go ahead and get the Marshadow. Might be going for a knockout on the bench Buzzwole with the Guzma.
Yeah, and that's the best thing because he doesn't want to promote one of his other Pokemon because it's going to be a 2-prizer for Nolan. So that Marshadow with fighting resistant and being able to knock them out is a very good card.
Definitely.
Very good card. That card is definitely the MVP of this turnout right here.
Definitely.
Does he have Guzma?
Because normally when you put Marshadow in your Zoroark deck, you're using it to be able to not only discard stadiums, but also discard Prism stadiums, which can only be discarded by like Marshadow and just other stadiums in general. So it looks like he Guzmas, kills the Buzzwole. Nolan top decks a stack attack, I assume, benches it and just passes.
Oh man, that Marshadow that he played earlier did mess him up, but I think that's the only correct play that he could have done at the moment that he had in his hand.
But now on to Rich's turn. He's not getting a knockout on the Marshadow and activate. I don't think he has a Guzma again, so What he does this turn is definitely in quite. Oh, he's gonna Kukui, which would only make it 30 damage.
That's how they do it internationally.
I mean, it's better than 10, but not exactly good numbers when it comes to attacking into that
I think
Marsh
hanging
Shadow.
on to that Kukui would have been a better option for
Later in the game.
for later in the game to get a Buzzwole knockout. Let's see what he's doing here.
Stay at home before Worlds just like practicing. Nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah, because he could have used it with a Zoroark as well.
Definitely.
So what's he doing here? Is he gonna hard retreat?
Looks like he is retreating into the Zoroark, possibly going for.
Is
Because
the
he
Marsh
will
Shadow,
be.
Is the Marsh Shadow weak to
It is weak
dark?
to dark,
So
but
it's knockout.
oh, so he does 80 instead of having to evolve into a
I'm so
Zoroark.
glad. Yeah, I'm so glad
going
he
into
evolved
the
because that would
Sledgehammer
have.
turn.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness.
Well, see, now he has a Beast Ring, which is good. Most likely attaching the Sakataka, I'd assume. Because it is one of his main
Yeah,
attackers.
that would make sense. Or either the Buzzwole, which either one. Okay, so stack
So it will be the Sakataka.
Because regardless, he's taking knockout on this Zorua right now.
Even if it wasn't the Sledgehammer turn, he'd take a knockout. So.
Okay, you got 3 minutes.
Going into Rich's turn, I think he's going to be looking for at least a way to deal with the Buzzwole on active, if not be able to Guzma the Stack Attack and knock it out.
So what, DCE?
Maybe a
DCE for
a
that
DC on the
Marshadow?
Marshadow and a Guzma maybe. But it doesn't look like he has a DC in hand right now. It looks like he has Zoroark, Mew, I know there's a Persian in there, a triple acceleration.
And if you notice, Rich is not putting down his GXs right now. He's hanging on to them as much as he can before laying them down because he wants to skip this Beast Ring turn and the Sledgehammer turn.
Definitely. And if he can do that without having to put down any GXs.
I mean, he might have to this turn because he's got to draw some.
He does get a Pokecom, which does give him another Zoroark if he wants to trade at least twice this turn. So he decides to evolve into a Zoroark. Seems that he's pretty confident that he'll get past the Sledgehammer turn this turn. Just needs to hit a DCE off of one of these traits if he decides to get another Zoroark out, which I think he will. He's gonna Pokecom the Mew away. Looks like the rest of his hand is Water Memory maybe, and the Lily and Stretcher.
Yeah, because he doesn't want to get Monk out just yet. He's got the Ditto out, so there's no point in that.
Definitely. It'll just shut off the Ditto.
Let's see what he chooses. I think Zoroark would be a better option for him because it is going to allow him to dig in there and get some more cards. Since Nolan still only has 1 or 2 cards in his hand.
So I feel like what Rich might do, I don't know how good it would be, but so he Pokecoms for possibly the Zoroark, and then just judges to draw different cards possibly and then trade. But it depends on a few things. He could Silvally though,
That could
wouldn't
work too.
If he has a Kukui in hand, he might be able to just Silvally and knock it out with a triple.
Definitely a lot of outs for...
Which looks like what he's eyeing for. So he's gonna get a Silvally. He'll need a Kukui for it though. Otherwise he won't be able to Rebel GX. He'll
Either
have to...
Kukui or Devour Field, since Rich is playing the Devour Field.
That is true, but that would mean he would have to knock out with Zoroark instead of Silvally.
That's correct.
Devour Field's only for dark types. Because there isn't a dark memory yet.
Silvally has, what, 110 life as well? Or 210, I'm sorry?
Yeah, 210.
210. So three ways for Rich to get this knockout. And it's crucial that he gets this knockout this turn. So that's probably the safest, best way for him, like you said, to get that Silvally, or not? Does he have Kukui in here?
He has Water Memory, Meowth, Persian, Judge, and maybe a Stretcher at the very end. He's gonna bench the Meowth, assuming that Nolan might get a knockout. He actually can't attach. Well, he can attach to the Lele, but it instantly gets discarded. Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and read it and realize
That it won't be beneficial, you know?
Yeah, see, because the way triple acceleration works, It says that it only can be attached to evolutions, but you can still attach it to non-evolutions. It just instantly gets discarded whenever you attach it.
So water memory onto that. He's probably gonna Lily. Did he have Lily? No, he can still judge his turn.
Yeah, I think he's gonna judge and then just try and trade into.
See, the thing is that helps Nolan now too, because
Nolan had a 1-card hand.
So this, and he still hasn't traded, so he's still got trade ability.
Attaching the triple before the judge definitely locks him into possibly hitting a devoured field. But if he had just held the triple acceleration, that would give him the option of both triple and devoured field, or just a DCE for the Mars Shadow.
That's correct.
But of course, he does have free retreat with the Mars Shadow, so he can save it from being knocked out if he does end up not getting the devoured field. So it's not as bad as one would think.
Yeah, because then he can promote that Grimer out, because he can afford to lose the Grimer right now, since he does have rescue stretchers in his deck.
Looks like Rich did give Nolan another Beast Ring.
2 Nest Balls, Beast Ring. I didn't
So
see
it
the
looks
fourth
like he
card.
didn't get the devoured field. He's gonna have to hopefully trade into it, possibly getting rid of the Ace to roll it. And he didn't hit it.
Oh man.
Interesting to know, he does run 2 judges, which is definitely more than most people would run nowadays. So I think he'll just retreat into maybe the Lele to sacrifice it, maybe, or like maybe the Grimer.
Well, the Lele, I guess, yeah, because he couldn't get knockout on Lele right now. Or he could.
So it looks like he's just going to retreat into the Grimer and just pass. And
So
triple gets discarded.
Nolan's not going to be able to set up right here.
So he's got a Rangaroo, he's going to double Nest Ball. Probably going to use both of them to actually get Pokemon instead of just thinning. Most likely, maybe, yeah, Stack Attack, and maybe he gets a Buzzwole.
Chooses to fail it.
Yeah, he's
So
going
he-
to fail the second Nest Ball and then play Beast Ring.
So that way, Rangaroo is going to hit for 2, depending on what his last card is. So now he's finally getting his Stack Attackers loaded, which are going to be a real threat for Rich, since they are going to have so much life.
Oh, he has a Lily. So I think he would instruct first, possibly get cards that you could play down, which he did get 1. And then he could have chose to play down the counter energy to actually Lily for 6, because he has only Beast Ring this turn. So maybe he just wants to save it for later, just attach a Fighting after Lily. So he gets a knockout on the Grimer, and then Shrine will tick.
So one Stack Attack is ready, the other one potentially ready as well. And counter energy just to make sure for that on his next turn.
And if Rich doesn't get a knockout again, misses it,
He will be
Nolan
behind.
is still on the Sledgehammer turn.
And Beast Ring turn too.
As well, yes.
So definitely need a knockout here. There comes that Persian. Too bad that Grimer was
Grimer's not a GX.
Not a GX, so he can't fish out for what he wants. He does have another judge in his hand, right?
Yeah, I think he's just going to choose a judge right off the bat here.
It's better like that because then he can Zoroark trade ability. Okay, so judge is played. That's a good judge because Nolan did have a lot of good cards in his hand as well.
Definitely.
That first judge that Rich played though.
Well, they forgot to Shrine Tick. If we could get them...
Rudy. Don't try. It doesn't matter. We can't finish. We're just playing. The game's over. We're in time.
Oh, y'all are in time?
Yeah. Yeah, this is 2.
Okay.
We're just playing just to play. It doesn't matter.
Okay, well,
Okay, so apparently we are in.
they're in time. I don't know what turn it's on, but I don't think they'll be able to finish the game. So it's going to come down to Rich winning because he did win the first game.
As long as he can stall out Nolan for the next turns, then yes. Because if Nolan's able to get 2 consistent knockouts on those GX, would that put him in winning status, or is he?
If Nolan does manage to finish this game off and wins the second one, it will come down to a sudden death. But I don't know. From the way Nolan sounded, I don't think he has any hope for this matchup. So it looks like Nolan or Rich right now is in turn 2. So this is Rich's last turn, and then Nolan's last turn.
It's going to be a tie because Nolan can't get the 4 prizes that he needs. He needed to get a.
He would need.
He
This
would have had to
upcoming
get
turn.
a knockout this turn,
Yeah.
and then potentially another knockout on his last turn to be able to win this game and tie it up for sudden death.
So it looks like, yeah, Rich will end up just taking the game here. So it looks like Rich rebels the Buzzwole. Nolan brings up the Stag Attack. He'll get a knockout, but he won't. Rich did, I think, accidentally take 2 prizes off the Buzzwole, but I don't think it'll matter anymore. He's gonna Stag Attack and
he
try
was
and
down to
mill.
3.
Oh, was
Yeah,
he?
he was down to 3.
So he might be able to randomly mill all the cards. He has 2 heads.
Wouldn't this be a turnaround here?
This would be a crazy turnaround.
Okay, so
Oh yeah, he did. He was on 4. He accidentally took. So that's just 2 heads. Okay.
2 heads.
Well,
What's that? 10 cards?
Nah, just it only does 1 for each
Oh, okay.
head.
1
So,
for each head.
so yeah, that'll just be the second game wrapped up for Rich. 2-0's a fighting Buzzwole Stack Attack a deck. And we'll move on to finals.
Finals, guys. All right. Well, that was our first game for you guys. We are gonna wait for the other game to finish up and bring you the finals just in a short moment for you guys. So we'll be right back for you guys. Alright guys, this is Omar back again with the finals that we got today for the League Cup that we have at Game Closet. We have Butter with us as a commentator, and as well, Nolan.
Nolan, the guy that was playing Buzzwole on stream last game.
Lost against a entirely fighting weak deck.
Yeah, somehow.
Well, Rich was playing great against you, though. So there is that.
So of course, with Rich, we have the Zoroark Valley deck also earlier, and then James over here, he has the Zoroark, Lycanroc, and then he has like a bunch of one-of techs like Baby Buzzwole and Sigilif GX and a Macargo line and an Alolan Ninetales GX.
So definitely a lot of rainbow energies in James's side of the board.
Definitely. So far with Rich, we see a Nest Ball for a Ditto, and he's going to Pokecom away a Silvally, and probably going to search for a Lele, I'd assume, if he doesn't already have one.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get his board state set up. Because it really all comes down to who gets set up well. Because they are going to be able to return knockouts on each other.
Yeah, they're constantly pulling.
Since Rich is playing that fighting memory,
Definitely.
it's going to hurt.
And also,
James.
if James knocks out a GX and Rich has Persian out, gets him some cards too. So it looks like we see he Pokecom for the Zora, and he's Ultra Balling away Marshadow and Guzma, probably for a Lele.
And it's Marshadow, he won't need Marshadow for this one.
Definitely.
Well,
Marshadow
he can
definitely
always,
helped last game.
He can always get it back anyways with Rescue Stretcher as well. So
He's gonna get the Lele and grab the Lily.
He also plays. Oh, it's just the one Marshadow.
Yeah, he has the
he's got one of each.
one Let Loose and then one whatever its ability is called. Just call it the
The one that kills Buzzwoles.
one that kills Buzzwoles. Yes, that boy.
Did he Lily already? No, he's about to. Okay, so
Yeah, he's gonna DC and then
oh, look at
Lily
that
for
fresh.
8.
Oh my god! And he runs to Denny as well on that. So
Yeah, so
could
you
have
can
another-
even play a bunch of stuff down and to Denny some more if you wanted to.
Looks like he is gonna Nest Ball to get another Pokemon out. He probably wants to get a
It'll be a Type Null or a Zorua.
Type Null or Zorua.
So it looks like
he's
he's
got a
got
second
two
Nest
Nest Balls.
So either or.
Stupidly
Yeah, both
good.
of them, yeah.
So that'll be a Zorua and a Type Null.
Or either a Meowth as well will help.
He has one inactive already.
Well, that's true.
Oh, that's
So
right.
most likely a second Zora, and then maybe he gets Grimer, or maybe just a Type Null. Either way, because he does only run one, or no, he runs one of each Type Null. Okay, so he does have 2 Type Nulls and 2 Silvallies. They're just all different arts.
Finding the Silvally will be key, so he can retreat into Zoroark and take the knockout on the Rockruff before it can evolve, taking big knockouts as a Lycanroc.
It looks like he'll get the Type Null, the one that does like minus 30 with armor
Guard
press,
press, I
whatever
think,
it
or
is.
something
Guard
press.
maybe?
It's Armor Press.
Armor Press.
Yeah,
There we go.
and he does have one of the other one, which does like more damage if
Does 70 more damage, going to 100 if there's damage on the opposing Pokemon.
yes, or no, it's 30 and then 30 more if there's already
30
damage. Yeah. So I mean, you're not really gonna attack with Type Null, but if there's ever a choice, you have the options.
Well, he definitely wants to get some out because that's what he is going to use to get those return knockouts on the Zoroarks with that fighting memory.
So we see a pass from him after benching a full bench. We see a bench Zora and then an Ultra Ball.
Looks like James has a Ditto. I saw Ditto and I think Nest Ball as well, maybe.
So on to James's turn. I feel like he's wanting to get definitely another Rockruff out.
Especially since he has that rainbow energy in hand. Can he get an attachment? No.
Yeah, that's why it's deeper.
So it looks like he's going to Ultra Ball for the Ditto. So I know James has a Lily in his hand, but I don't know what the other 1 or 2 cards are.
One's definitely a rainbow energy.
Oh yeah, that is. I remember that. So most likely he's going to be. He has the Ditto, so that can be another Rockruff if he wants to. Feeling like you want to get at least another Zora out, and maybe. So he has a Zorak, a Rainbow Energy, and a Lily in his hand, with his overexpressed hand showing.
So you definitely
I feel like you threaten with the Ditto maybe, but that just gives Rich a target for sure. I don't think you would attach energy, but looks like he's going to go ahead and do that.
yeah, it's best to give him a.
Because if he kills the Ditto, he still has the Rockruff, but... So it looks like he's Lilying, he hits a Zora, gets a Slugma too. Maybe an Ultra Ball if he wants to get another Pokemon. So it definitely has just about as good as a turn as Rich does. He also draws the Sigilif, which is usually just used for the Reshizard and the Pikarom matchups, but it could be beneficial here, depending on if James wants to use it.
So definitely a good start on James' side as well with that Lily that he was able to pull some more cards that he needed to get his board state set up.
Yeah, both players got their Dittos, at least 2 Zoras, and then have their extra attacking Pokemon in the form of Rockruff and Type Null and even Persian.
Yeah, because he's definitely putting some
Meow.
threat on the board for Rich to deal with that energy attachment onto that Ditto.
Completely threatens a dangerous road. So we see a Silvally GX. He has a triple in hand, and I know he has a Zoroark. Depends on if he has like a Guzma, or maybe he wants to try and trade into it. He's going to play down the Water Memory, which doesn't really matter in this matchup as well. If there's anything weak to water in James's deck. Macargo's weak to water, but he would one-shot it anyways. So
Another interesting play Rich could look for here is if he's able to find Mach to evolve off of his Ditto, that would shut off his opponent's Ditto, so it would be stuck with the Rainbow Energy.
It would be worth getting that Mach out on the Ditto and taking that knockout on the Rockruff.
Because that would eliminate any chance of a Lycanroc coming out and would lead to him at least going up one, if not multiple prize cards moving into the future turns.
So that
Definitely.
will definitely be an awesome play if Rich is able to pull that off.
So Rich played this Judge, and we'll see what they get off the Judge. Lily, maybe a Zora, I think an Ultra Ball. James got a Lycanroc, a Cynthia, Erica's, and I think might have a Berkeley Hill. Okay. So it looks like Rich is gonna retreat.
Yeah, because all he needs is
If
energy.
he didn't
and
hit the
Mach.
Muck, it's definitely a really dangerous thing to put up that Zoroark and just take a knockout. But I think you would trade first before you would retreat. But I don't,
He did trade.
He did trade? Okay. So
Risky business here.
it looks like if James just gets the energy here, he's just gonna have an instant return knockout taking 2 prize cards.
That guarantee, nope.
Well, he can Brooklet for another Rockruff for sure, and then he could Lycanroc maybe.
He's got Erica's, right? Erica's, I think that's an Erica's.
Ergus would allow him to just not have to commit with the Lycanroc evolution yet. He could just Erica's to see if he gets the energy in the first place, and then go from there on whether or not he wants to evolve.
That would be the best play because he's going to be able to Erica's for 6.
Yes,
So that's
full
a
6
huge-
cards. He's got a Zora, which can turn into a Zoroark because he has a Pokecom in his hand.
So potentially 2 Zoroarks for more tradability as well.
He got the Sigilif back.
Miss energy,
Misses energy off of 6 cards from Erica's.
This is rough right here, guys. But now he's able to evolve those Zorillas to Zoroarks and start trading away to dig in for 4 more cards if he chooses to.
Most likely Pokecomming in the Lele is to conceal the Sigilif maybe, or maybe he wants to... So he's just going to do the Sigilif. He's going to put it in, get a Zoroark.
Did he happen
Or
on
maybe...
Zoroark in hand?
Oh, he has...
He doesn't
maybe,
have Zoroark in hand though.
So he gets him a card, but maybe he wants to just set up for next turn? Or maybe he has an Ultra Ball. I don't know. He's going to go ahead and Smooth over. Now that is interesting.
Smoothing over
Not
the DC.
sure what he's
So
getting.
just one card.
Like maybe he has a draw card?
He would have to have a Zoroark in hand.
Maybe he already has it and we just can't tell. So I don't think he would just... Because he hasn't even Brickley Hilled yet, is the thing. Oh, he has a stretcher for the Zoroark that he Ultra Balled away last turn. Okay. So he stretchers for the Zoroark. and then he gets a smooth over for the DC, and he's gonna get to most likely just use the normal attack on Lycona.
And if he doesn't bench anything else, there's no way that he can respond with a knockout.
Yeah, because he can't Rebel GX.
It'll only do 150 damage.
He even gets a rainbow for maybe the next Rockruff that he Bricklet Hills out, maybe.
Unless he benches the Zorua.
I don't think he would bench it. We want to make sure the Lycanroc doesn't get return knockout.
So the thing is that if Rich gets out Persian GX, he'll be able to fish out two cards of his choosing out too.
That is true. Oh, he's gonna bring out Silvally and just give him no option of any kind of Rebel GX.
Well, he has Ditto on board as well.
That is true.
So if he benches a Zorua, this
most likely. So he's gonna Brooklet first. Doesn't want to forget about that.
Out.
Yeah, definitely get his second Rockruff out.
To keep that pressure
he
going.
can't get, if he gets the Rockruff, he opens himself up to the Rebel GX as well.
That is true. Maybe.
Especially allowing him to keep his Zoroark
So
for
it
an
looks like
additional
he's gonna
trade.
commit to the Rockruff. Since he's committing to the Rockruff, you might as well bench the other Zora that you have in hand, unless he wants to save it for a Lele that he has in his hand.
So right now, Rich, if he gets the Persian out, he's able to fish out 2 cards. Since this his Pokemon's active GX, Persian lets him get 2 cards of his choosing out of his deck for his next turn, and that's if he gets it out. So I think right now the best return knockout here would be to get another Silvally, and then Persian GX, anything else that he needs to set up.
Rich, unfortunately, though, doesn't have a whole lot going on in his hand, and he's going to be looking off of the top deck in the trade. He has his triple colorless in hand and a Lily, but outside of that,
he's not
looking a whole lot.
Definitely a hard choice on what to promote here.
I would promote the Lele if I was him, forcing out the dangerous rogue, because
He's gonna promote Ditto.
Lele becomes his best attacker if he misses Silvally.
Yeah, it looks
Yes,
like
because
he's
it's not
gonna-
taking weakness.
Okay, so he took his hand away. He is committed to the Ditto now.
Oh, Rescue Stretcher guarantees
does
the Silvally
guarantee Silvally.
with
He
triple
has to-
colorless in hand as well.
Yep,
So
he
that
definitely
is
has the
that
return
is the return
knockout with Rebel
knockout, and he still
GX.
hasn't traded as well either.
An amazing top deck from Rich. Because he still has a trade as well.
And a Lily for 1 if he wants it.
I mean, you can triple and then Lily as well. So you can Lily
Finding
for 2
fighting
at least.
memory would actually be his best still, because then he would be able to conserve his GX. Oh no, it's not. It's not.
Yeah,
That's
it's
grass,
hard.
yeah. That's
He doesn't run a grass memory, just the water and the fighting.
water and fighting.
It would be really clutch though if you had the grass. Save the GX attack for a future Zoroark or something, or another Lycanroc. Looks like he's gonna pound pad in one of his 3 judges. And I think maybe, I don't know what the other card was. Go ahead and shuffle those in.
So definitely a really good top deck from Rich's side of the board. From that Rescue Stretcher, allowing him to get that Silvally back from the discard pile onto the active Ditto that he had, along with the triple energy acceleration. So right now he's able to get the GX knockout, but he wants to set up something else on his board state to be able to counteract whatever James is going to do.
He definitely has already gotten the knockout, but what would even put even more icing on top of the cake is getting the Persian as well to just get even more hand advantage.
Yeah, because that
Cards
Persian,
for
getting those
next
2
turn.
cards that of your choosing is just overpowered.
Especially when you've already gotten what you need this turn anyways. So it looks like he's going to Lily, I think, for 3. I think it was 3. Looks like he hit Dedenne, Silvally, and Judge.
Looking over the deck list, James does not play a counter game, so he will not be able to find a response knockout on the Silvally, having to go for the 2-shot route through either a Zoroark or maybe that Sigilyph he's been using.
Definitely. So I'm actually friends with James, and I've talked to him a bit about his deck after like these last few rounds, and he said that he really wants to put a multi-switch in there, which definitely would have been key if he had a 3rd energy on there maybe, but definitely counter game would be the card you would want.
Okay, so the GX off that Silvally from Rich's side of the board, be able to get that knockout on that Zoroark or
Down to 3 prizes,
Lycanroc,
hits
I'm
an
sorry.
Ultra Ball too, which definitely can get him another Zoroark or even the Persian. if Silvally manages to get knocked out somehow. So, yeah, that's probably... It's definitely a hard promote, because since James isn't going to be able to get some kind of knockout this turn, he can't just fighting memory the Silvally and knock out the Zoroark inactive if he were to promote it.
James does have Let Loose though, which can always lead to Brick.
Definitely. Could let loose him and then just like try and two-shot the Silvally.
He's got Guzma in hand, so he can stall out.
Looks like he's thinking about Guzma, maybe knocking out the Meowth. Looks like that's what he's gonna go for. Definitely not a bad target. Makes him not be able to get like Persian out and Vengeance.
Yeah,
for
now
a bunch of
he's
damage
forcing Rich to dig out manually instead of just getting whatever he wants.
Definitely.
So definitely a great play.
Yeah, 60.
So he's gonna be forced to find DCE or triple colorless off of Let Loose and a single trade.
And then also
And along with one trade.
and fighting memory as well.
Well, he has the smooth over, so he can just
He's
smooth over
guaranteed
for
the energy.
Yeah, he has guaranteed energy. So he's just gonna knock out this Meowth and hope Rich doesn't get the triple plus the fighting memory off of this Judge, and at least one trade, if not two.
Even outside looking for the one shot on the Zoroark, if he's able to remove the Rockruff off the board again, it removes another threat off of the board. So just finding a Guzma on Rich's side would be devastating.
Yes. And even if off this Marshadow, if Rich gets another Zoroark, that's 4 cards extra, plus the card he draws, so the 5 cards potential on his next turn to fish out what he needs.
So it looks like James did get another Zoroark along with, the Ultra Ball to trade away, so that's really good. Getting the Zoroark off the Pokecom, putting in the Sigil if you can. So we'll probably get the Zoroark and then go smooth over for DCE and just go from there.
Does James have 2 Lycan Rocks in the discard or just that one?
I know he has the one, but I know turn 1 he only discarded the Zoroark and stretchered it back.
He should have one left in the deck.
Yeah, he
now.
does. He should have one.
Unless it's prize. No, I think I saw it right there.
Yeah, I know for a fact both of them are full art, so it should be easier to see him whenever he goes through his deck.
Yeah, so he definitely is getting that this he need to go ahead and guarantee this knockout for this turn.
You get the DC, trade into it, and then maybe trade again, depending on what second card he gets off the trade. Since his hand is just Ultra Ball, which will trade away, and along with Palpad, which you don't want to trade away.
Yeah, so the Ultra Ball, yeah, that's the better option right there.
So he'll trade away the Ultra Ball, getting the DC and Pokecom, which I don't think he would mind trading in this situation. Depending on if he wants to leave an out for Lycanroc next turn. So he's going to get rid of it. Getting a Guzma and Lele.
I believe is that
Actually,
not the Ninetales?
No, yeah, that is the Ninetales. Yeah. Because
Fairy Ninetales.
his Lele's 4.
So he has the Fairy Ninetales in
So
his
go
hand.
ahead and Brooklet, maybe the Vulpix, because I know both of his Rockruffs are one's on the field, one's in the discard. So he gets the Vulpix.
That helps him guarantee
That leaves him
some
the
more
option
cards in
of,
his, yes.
Yeah, being able to use Alolan Ninetales' ability to get some items like maybe key choice bands or even Palpad back if he gets shuffled back in.
Rescue Stretcher as well would be great. That's
He has already played his one of Rescue Stretcher.
Yeah, because he got the first Zoroark that he got out with it.
That's right, okay. So he is going to be forced to dig out for his next Zoroark then. If he chooses to just go that route.
KO's Meowth, gets the choice band. Rich goes ahead and promotes the Lele. Top decks, I think, a Nest Ball? Yeah, Nest Ball. Looks like he might be Pokecoming? No, yeah, it is a Pokecom. He's gonna go a Nest Ball. thinking you already have essentially almost two Zoroarks, and you have a Silvally, so maybe he gets the second type null,
Or either that, he's just seeing what he's got left in the deck.
or he might
But
just
yeah, the second type
just
null will
thin
be
his deck
better
some.
because then he can rescue Stretch Guard again.
Doesn't look like it's in there for what I'm seeing, but he does have the type null. And he also has the option of the beast killing Marshadow with that Raiden Knuckle attack, which isn't that useful in this situation, but the ability could be nice to get rid of that Brickle Hill if you wanted.
I think Rich, yeah, but with the full bench, I think Rich, he's probably out. He's probably thinking he's out of fighting type Pokemon and possibly water type right now, because he's gone through his Lichen Rocks already, and usually the Zoroark decks only run a 2/2 line of the Lichen Rocks,
Which is what James runs. Because he's down a Rockruff, along with the Ditto, of course. Well, actually, no, the Ditto became, I think, the Macargo. I don't remember. I know he used the Ditto.
Guzma for Rich here also would not be a bad play at all because he is at 3 prize cards. Because that would put him down to 2 and give him an additional turn to find a knockout with the Silvally on the bench.
That's true, because he could knock out the Macargo and slow James down from being able to get what he wants out of his deck.
I just saw him eye up the Guzma there if he's going to get a Lele off of this Pokecom.
So he Nestballed for the Zora and then Pokecommed away the Mew for the Zoroark. And I know his hand, he has a DCE along with, I think either it's a Guzma or a Lily in his hand.
And 2 trades.
Along with 2 trades still, yes. He has the DCE in there in his hand already. So he at least has a 2-shot on the Zoroark, if not trying to dig for a Guzma in his hand.
Or either knock out that Rockruff on the bench too. Either that or the Macargo is a good target for Guzma.
Oh, it looks like he's going to trade away the DC, try and maybe hit a triple acceleration energy. Looks like he got a Guzma off the trade.
I actually think that's Acerola.
Oh, is it? Yeah, it is.
I believe it's the new art.
Yeah, the new art is
Trades
so
away
he
the
trades
Mew.
away the Mew as well. Definitely don't know about that trading away that DC. That leaves him with
That was a Guzma though, I believe.
no option to.
Yeah, that he just got the
yeah.
Guzma off that last trade.
And I actually
Okay.
like the... Oh,
So he's gonna kill the Rockruff.
Yes, that is the threat.
Rich doesn't know if he plays the multi-switch like you said he doesn't.
course,
but if
yeah.
he played the multi-switch, he would
Then
be
that-
able to
Get the
knockout
Lycanroc
out of nowhere.
knockout. So
And again,
definitely
this puts him
getting
to
rid
2
of
prize
the
cards.
Rockruff is a good call. Not knowing the list, unlike us.
Well, yeah, he's taking the better route right here because he's playing as if he does have it. So that was the correct play for on Rich's side because that was the biggest threat right now on the board on James's side to take out that Rockruff out. Because like you said, all he needed was one fighting or either the Rainbow Energy that he runs and then the multi-switch to be able to get a return knockout.
Yeah, so knocking out the Rockruff was definitely the right call. James promotes Zoroark. You need top decks of Lily.
got
Definitely a
choice
card you
band.
can trade away.
Choice band, Palpad, what is that?
It's a
Guzma?
yeah, Guzma, Palpad, Choice Band, Lily, and a Alolan Ninetales.
And honestly, at this point moving forward, it's starting to look like James doesn't really have a good out to the two-shot war because both players do play Acerola
Yeah, and then he's still got Savali with fighting memory.
and has built his hand up and has 2 more trades next turn.
Well, definitely with James having the Macargo, he does have a better way of streaming the Acerola plus Palpad.
That's correct. And he's got Palpad in hand as well.
Yeah, so he can just go ahead and get the Acerola whenever he wants
It looks
to.
like he's eyeing that, he was eyeing that Sigil. Maybe that's how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Sigilif. So he's gonna smooth over. He might. I'm not sure what's good here. Maybe a Guzma to KO at least a Zora.
He has Guzma in hand already.
Oh yeah, that's true. He does have Guzma. So look, he's eyeing a Rainbow to possibly power up the Vulpix to like get a Snowy Wind off and maybe go for like
The
a
70-30
2-shot
snipe.
Yeah, 70-30, like hitting the Zoroark and the 30 like on the Zora to threaten it. And then if like Rich decides not to Acerola the Zoroark with the 70, then he could just go with like a knockout with Zoroark. That's cool. The turn after. So maybe he tries to bluff having the one shot after Snowy Winding. Definitely a hard decision to make. Not many options when it comes to this sort of field. So it looks like he's thinking about trading away the Lily. In my opinion, that's probably what you would trade as well. Don't want to get rid of a Choice Band or the Guzma, just have the options.
So another Rainbow Energy Nest Ball off that trade.
That was actually a Lily. Was that a Lily or a trade?
He put the marker on the Zoroark, so it was a trade.
So,
So he's traded both times. Hasn't played a supporter yet. He could Guzma or he could play the Cynthia.
That's my job.
Most likely just try and go for... Well, it looks like he might try and Guzma either the Zora or maybe try and two-shot the other Zoroark. Okay, so...
Doesn't have energy on it,
So
that's
he
why.
Guzma's the other Zoroark, so he's going to try and two-shot it, and then since it doesn't have energy on it, maybe make Rich not be able to get the knockout.
Because now Rich, in order for him, he would have to... What, Acerola?
He needs Fighting Memory, triple colorless, and then a combination of either Acerola or Guzma to take his last 2 prize cards on this coming turn.
So right now he's got 2 trades available to him, possibly a 3rd trade if he gets another Zoroark up and loaded. Choice Band onto that Zoroark on James's side.
So it looks like right now James is Brooklet Hilling, seeing what he has left. No, he doesn't have any more Vulpixes. Looks like since the Vulpix isn't in the deck, that means one of his prizes is the Vulpix, and then both Rockruffs are in the discard along with the Ditto. So he Brooklets, fails it, and then it looks like he's just gonna do a Ride Speeding for 130.
Are you shuffling empty sleeves?
Yeah.
So the 130 onto the active on Rich's side of the board, and Rich's go ahead. So right now Rich has got...
He's got the triple already.
And
He just
either
needs-
Acerola or Guzma, so he just is looking for the fighting energy to seal this game up on 2 trades.
So it looks like he's eyeing the trading away the Red Knuckles Marshadow. Or maybe the Ultra Ball.
I would hold Ultra Ball as that guarantees you a 3rd Zoroark, or as Dedenne
Or
to draw additional
yeah,
cards.
Dedenne to get the...
Definitely holding the Ultra Ball is the right call.
Because at this point in his deck size, Dedenne after double trade should thin everything out of his deck.
So he's gonna trade, and he gets Lily and Type Null. Yeah, Type Null.
So he definitely can
So
afford...
it's more trade stuff and more Ultra Ball stuff for sure. So he's gonna trade away the Lily, and he's gonna draw into Pokecom, and I don't know what the other card was.
So at this point, it
Looks like a Judge. So he still doesn't hit the memory. He can definitely go and Pokecom away the Marshadow into the 3rd Zoroark even.
There's the Acerola,
Oh, he did hit the Acerola.
which guarantees 3rd trade,
Yeah, 3rd trade.
and then the Pokecom into the Dedenne.
So yeah, 3rd trade along
And he
with
gets to
the Dene.
and then he gets to promote the Lele, so he has
Oh, he
even
can
more
still have
options
the
with
retreat
free
option, yeah. Benches Zora again. Evolves into Zoroark, most likely.
Okay, so 3rd trade. Does he have another Pokemon in hand now?
He does
He
have
has
a
a
Type
Type
Null still,
Null
It's a
and
Type
the
Null.
Marshadow that... Oh, I think he might have traded. So he gets rid of the Ultra Ball.
which it doesn't change anything.
Yeah,
having
he's-
the Type Null and the Pokecom in his hand.
Oh,
Still
true.
helps him out, yeah.
So he gets another Pokecom, and I think that was a Field
Field
Blower.
Blower? Okay.
Yeah, it is. The League promo one.
If I was Rich here, I'd be looking for the Dedenne if it's in deck and drawing as many cards
Well,
as possible.
he could Brooklyn Hill first to see if it's even in there.
He knows.
just
At this
to-
point, he would know what's in his deck.
Yeah, it does have the option to Brooklyn Hill if you wanted to see what's in there, but
Especially already having the triple
his
colorless.
deck's
in hand.
definitely thin enough.
So there it goes. Let's see if he does pull that Dedenne out. And if he does, it's 6 fresh cards. He does want to play his hand down
I
first.
know it is a Hyper Dedenne, I believe, so it should be pretty easy to spot. Looks like he doesn't have the Dedenne.
And he only has 1 fighting memory in deck.
So does he have the Marshadow, Levi's Marshadow in there? Because that would help as well.
That got discarded at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, he Ultra Balled it away along with the Guzma, like turn 1 to get maybe a type null or whatever. But yeah, having the Dene either in the prizes or in the discard is definitely hurts Rich here since he doesn't have the memory yet.
So it looks like he's choosing to get the type null back.
Because the only way for him to keep digging would have been the Dedenne since he's already traded 3 times along with playing the Acerola as his supporter. So it looks like he's just going to have to settle for a 2-shot.
And even with that, he's still ahead of the game as James is not. He does not have a 1-shot on board and does not represent one. So we can continue to play the 2-shot game and go for the fighting memory on the next turn.
Definitely. So we see a Field Blower, blowing away the Choice Band and the Burglar Hill.
And then the free retreat with the Savali off the basic Pokemon.
Into the Zoroark with the DC.
For the Righteous Beating of 120.
So we know...
So we do have...
I know James has his Acerola in his deck, so he can just easily smooth it over with Macargo and then trade for it.
Yeah, he's going to want to do this turn, because if not, he's going to let Rich set up for that... next turn knockout. So
What's definitely like good is since on his bench his Zoroark has a DC, that will allow him to get ahead with energy like onto either Vulpix or maybe he tries and gets another Rockruff out to possibly have a 1-shotter in the future.
Both Rockruffs and the Rescue Stretcher in the discard already, so he is out of Rockruffs and Ditto, so Lycanroc will not be coming into this game.
And it's way past the Sledgehammer turn for him since he does run a Baby Buzzle, so the only thing he'll be attaching to for the rest of the game is either a Zoroark or the potential Alolan Ninetales. So he trades away the Cynthia with the Smooth over into the Acerola. Putting Ditto into the Blossom from a while ago.
He's only traded once so far, so he still has another trade. But at this point, I don't know what else he would need.
Trading away just to thin the deck. Has the Drifloon, which is mainly just for Weezing, but he didn't see any. He did in top 4 play against the Shedinja spread deck thing, and did put in a lot of work, but definitely not in this matchup. So it looks like he's gonna Ultra Ball it away. I don't know what else he'd Ultra Ball besides Drifloon though, because he has Palpad and there's the Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, I would say hang on to it for more trade.
Ball, yeah. So he's gonna. A good play is you use whatever its ability is called. I forget. Alolan Ninetales' ability to get some more items to like trade away or even just Ultra Ball away.
That or thin out the deck too as well.
Just getting a bunch of thin.
Because James is able to Acerola this turn and also do it again next turn with the Palpad and the Macargo lineup that he has.
Definitely.
So for 2 turns he can Acerola if Rich can't get this knockout. So that would buy him time because Rich is gonna have to do the same thing. He's gonna have to keep doing Acerolas.
Oh, so it looks like James is going for the Sigilyph off the Nest Ball, which could definitely put in some work. But it essentially accomplishes the same thing, as in you're not attacking with it this turn. If he promotes it after Aceroling, and then Rich hits into it, it's essentially just doing the same thing by putting 120 on the Zoroark. If you were to just attack with Riotous Beating.
And that actually opens up an interesting play because that makes Rich have to decide whether or not he actually truly wants to attack into it, because that would lead to the Zoroark having 120 before James was able to attack. But he's going to go with the Zoroark instead.
It's definitely interesting to see that he goes ahead and Nest Balls for the Sigilyph. It looks like he's gearing up to maybe Rainbow Energy the Sigilyph, or even just get the Ninetales up and going. Looks like he's definitely contemplating. He's gonna DC, because it definitely still gives him the option of being able to just Rainbow Energy the Ninetales anyways. Looks like he's gonna preemptively Palpad, maybe just be able to top deck even the Acerola without having to smooth over next turn.
And that's a great play because that saves him a turn of doing certain stuff.
It saves him from having to specifically smooth over the
Yeah, because if he
Acerola.
top six into it, then the smooth over could be used for anything else.
Definitely.
So on, yeah, Rich's side, this is gonna get interesting.
So we see Ride Speeding for 120. We see a top deck Still Valley, which you can evolve into.
So it looks like he's got Judge.
But he can just
two
Pokecom it
trades
if he wants to.
Yeah.
Pokecom for the third Zoroark.
I'll definitely leave some more options to getting the fighting memory finally.
And with the DC on the active, he would even be able to Lily for 4, but it looks like we're going to...
Maybe he doesn't have the other 2 Zoroarks in the deck?
Oh, no, we traded the Judge.
Oh, he traded the Judge. Okay.
So he's got the triple energy acceleration that he just pulled off that trade.
He already had one in hand.
Did he? Okay,
Yeah, we're
so-
still looking for the fighting memory. Is
fighting
the only
memory,
missing
okay.
piece.
So maybe he traded just to see what else he could get to possibly trade again. So he can just Pokecom for the third Zoroark. And then try and trade into that fighting memory.
There is the Zoroark in deck.
There we go. So he is going to have 2 more trades if we want to go in there. So 4 more cards.
I almost would have looked for the Lily for 4 at the start of the turn into the triple trade. Because
Definitely thins more cards.
does not have access to Acerola anymore because he's
Yeah,
already used his
'cause-
Palpad and the Acerola. He Palpad earlier in the game before the Acerola was used.
Yes, he did.
So he's going to have to manually retreat regardless of what he does. And Guzma is irrelevant at this point in the game.
And that will give James at least one other knockout this upcoming turn.
Looks like he's eyeing that Judge that he has in his hand. Is that what it is?
Again, Lily at 3 at this point.
He's
when
going to
he's
trade
off
again.
play.
That'll be the second trade.
There's the fighting
Rips
memory.
the
That's game.
Fighting memory.
Because he's got
That'll be
manually
game.
retreat and triple
Memory
colorless.
triple, and then retreats. And just
There we go.
Turbo
Takes
drives
game
for
one.
240.
good game for Rich.
I think he just detached the deep tree. Oh.
Yeah.
What a first turn, right? That
What
first
a-
game
what a
was
good
long.
game.
So
Yeah.
now we're going to go on to game 2
Looks
for
like
you guys.
James just showed that he prized the Buzzwole, so he couldn't even do the sledge turn that turn.
That's a crazy game. It was back to back on that. I mean,
Definitely.
crazy good game. This
Rich
is,
takes
this
game
is what it's expected of Zoroark players. When you see them playing at the full potential and how they know their decks, this is what you see. Just back to back knockouts, consistency, and also as well the well played plays they made for each other.
Definitely.
So we're just gonna let them shuffle up real quick, and we'll be right back for you guys. Just stay tuned. Alright guys, we're back for the round 2, for the semifinal, or the finals, I mean. And it looks like they shuffled up and they're going to go ahead and start. Is it James is going first this turn, right?
Most likely, because he lost last game. Most likely he chose to go first this time. I know James definitely started 2 Zoras, or at least 1 Zora and a Rock Rep. I don't know about the third one. I think it was the second Zora. Yes, it is.
They're already going. Okay.
So now it's up to James's first turn here, seeing how great of a start he gets.
Yeah. So I mean, he's already got 3 Pokemon down, and this is what he wants to see.
Along with the Nest Ball.
Yeah. So 4 already. That's without even using his main supporters already. So this is great. Great start for James over here on his board.
The only thing he's missing is a rainbow onto the Rock Rep for the turn 1.
Definitely. Because that will threaten and most likely get the knockout the turn after with a Dangerous Rogue or a Claw Slash. Crazy good start. Looks like it's going to be a Lily for 5.
Does he have the Lily?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he does. Okay. So it's going to be a good turn.
It's going to be a Lily for 5. It's definitely not Rich's 7 like he's been doing. But he got an Ultra Ball and a Pokecom, along with the Lycanroc for next turn.
Oh my. Just a handful of good cards right now.
Along with 2 potential Zoroarks next turn.
Is missing the energy for the turn 1 though.
That is true. Looks like he's going to Pokecom the Drifblim. But it's looking like he's not going to get the energy turn 1, which is definitely not good. We see Rich looking at the Drifblim.
That's a good card for the Weezing deck.
Yeah, it's good for Weezing and any spread
deck, right?
Yeah.
Because you get to move the damage counters to your opponents?
Yeah, it moves like 4 from all of your Pokemon to their effective.
That is insane.
It's definitely good against Weezing, but James didn't play against any Weezing today earlier on in the normal rounds. He did play against one weird spread deck with Shedinja in it. Managed to take it. Yeah. But definitely James is looking to try and get this this 2-0 because earlier on Rich and James did play against each other in the normal rounds and James dead drew and didn't get to do anything. Yeah. So this is like his redemption arc for James. Oh, so Rich just draws benches type null and passes.
Hard pass.
That is crazy. So that definitely makes up for James not getting the energy turn 1 onto the Rock Ruff.
Do we know where we're at time? Because at this point,
8 minutes?
With 8 minutes remaining, does Rich look to scoop and go to the next game? Because he's going to be in such a.
I feel like he should try and scoop and just try and close out the last game.
He's going to wait because James wasn't able to get the energy attachment for this turn.
Well, he will be able to smooth over this turn and at least get a knockout on the Meowth. Most likely going for the DC, yep. He's going to trade into it and then probably trade right after. Now, that definitely is a good thing, but definitely with how sequencing goes, you should trade first to see if you get the DC in the first place, and then since you have the second trade, try and go for the DC with the smooth over.
Yeah, because you always want to have that option.
Yeah.
Smooth over is very strong.
That's what I've always been told. Just trade as much and leave one trade available to just smooth over into the trade.
So he trades away, what, a Guzma he traded away?
Yeah, traded away Guzma, got the DC. He has a Pokecom, which I guess is okay, but I think you just want to save your hand, possibly. Well, he's going to trade the Pokecom away, going to keep the Lycanroc. I feel like you try and Lycanroc up the Zora just to give Rich less options.
That or either type no, since that is the threat.
That is true, and he has a Lele for even the next turn. But I don't think James actually has.
So he is going for that type no.
Yeah, I don't think James is supported yet either. So he's even gonna get to Lele for like a Lily or even maybe, yeah, most likely just a Lily, if not a Cynthia. Well, yeah, there you go. He's Lele, so okay. He does have to show it. So he gets the Lily. He's gonna get to Lily for 5 more cards too, and hopefully
just crazy turnaround here.
Yeah, 2 Zoroarks turn 2 and the smooth over Macargo, getting a knockout on the type null.
And a Lycanroc.
Yeah, and getting the Lycanroc, eliminating the chance of a Rebel GX. from Rich.
Rich actually has the fighting memory in hand, so he would have been able to maybe find a turbo drive knockout as an immediate response if this Lycanroc hadn't come out.
Yeah, definitely turning things around for James, possibly just getting the really quick win this game. Having the rainbow for the turn this next turn for James, along with the second Lycanroc to just KO whatever he wants next
He
turn.
just chooses whatever he wants and brings it up. Okay, so let's see what top deck he gets and see if we're just going to go ahead and continue or hopefully scoop to the next game.
Definitely would be more ideal for Rich to scoop, judging by how much time there's left. He gets a nest ball, which is good. I mean, you need more basics, but other than that, I mean, he doesn't really have that much of a hand. It was a good hand to go
He
with.
does have a Zoroark in hand, so he will have one trade.
Yeah, because James was not able to attach energy onto the Lycanroc, so James can get a knockout this turn.
Well, James is also so far ahead, even if he just goes manual attach next turn and lets the Zoroark die, he'll then have a fully powered up Lycanroc taking multiple prize cards without a response.
No matter what, whatever, if Rich doesn't bench at least 2 type nulls or like a type null and a Ditto, James can just Bloodthirsty Eyes and kill it, and he still won't have a Silvally to make a comeback.
That's right.
So he's gonna go for the Zora, trying to get, you know, more Zoroarks out, trade for some more cards, hopefully get out of this rut that he's in. So he has a Zoroark and I think another Zoroark and then Fighting Memory and then a Persian and looks like a Field Blur maybe? Yeah, or no, it's a Devoured Field, so he's going to trade the Devoured Field. Gets his Silvally and the Dedenne.
He would have been able to find knockout if they wouldn't have Lycanrocked up that type null.
So he gets the Persian as well, that he already had in the hand. Not really doing him anything.
Yeah, because it's going to be rough. Because
Since it was a type null that got knocked out, not a GX. Definitely not much for Rich to do here. You can Dedenne, but that is discarding the only fighting memory he has in the deck. He doesn't have a way to get it back either. So I think, yeah, he just passes
over and just hangs on to it just
and
in
now
case.
with the extra energy attached, I think he's gonna just look to Lycanroc up the Zorua, go back down to even prize cards, and then he has everything that he'll need. Persian won't be active.
Looks like he's gonna smooth over for Guzma. Maybe try and hit into the Persian. Which wouldn't be that bad of a thing, because, I mean, getting rid of the Persian, that just, you know, eliminates the catwalk happening at any point in the game.
He could also just be setting up for the next turn after that to Guzma with the
Whichever card.
the
Yeah,
Lycans.
with,
Yeah, that's
like,
right, because he's going to be able to do it. Because that'll be that second energy attachment for that turn.
He also has a choice man, which definitely can help with numbers. And it looks like he is going to go for the Zora with the Bloodthirsty Eyes. Saving the Guzma for next turn.
Which will put the damaged Zoroark onto the bench, safe from harm. And this is definitely the point that Rich needs to scoop, because going first, he'd be able to take the first prize card, maybe even get that win con of fewer prize cards remaining going into game 3.
Yeah, with the time being called and all that. Looks like he's going to promote Zoroark.
Well, actually, even with that,
Top
if it
deck's
goes
a
to
Silvally.
time, James will win this game, and then we'll go to a game 3, which will be a sudden death with Rich going first, which is all you need in Zoroark is to go first, and you can take out an evolving basic. So actually taking the time here may not be the worst play.
If that is the case, what could end up happening is James might just, like, it is very low chance, but he could just start Sigilif in the sudden death and not be able to. He could just deny the
Deny the knockout.
Deny
Would
the
have to
knockout.
Guzma.
And he'd have to Guzma
Yeah,
something.
that would be a turn of events right there.
So it looks like he's gonna trade away a Lily, or maybe just actually Lily. Can never tell. With Zoroark players that don't have like markers to show.
He is
if they've
actually
used
playing the
ability.
Lily.
Yeah, I think he played the Lily, and he drew another Lily. I think he's just gonna deny
Oh
the
my
fighting
goodness.
memory.
Okay. Well, at
I
this
don't
point,
like that at all. But I mean, he doesn't have a type null anyways, and there's not really much going on anyways.
Unfortunately, not to be negative, in this position, I don't see a way where Rich can actually win this game. If he doesn't take the 6 prize cards, does James win, even though it'll be double prize cards when the time's rolled?
No.
Or would it just be the first round win?
Yeah, what's it right now?
Rich won. James is up on prize.
You're on game 2.
Then Rich would win.
Okay, actually, yeah. Rich could just look for stall for a couple turns. If it
Benching
time
Ditto
does
is
get called.
definitely not stalling though, because he could
No,
just
it's-
Guzma it out and kill it.
With a Lycanroc with a Rainbow Energy
Yeah.
and a McCargo, he has options to do 2 prize cards, which is what James will be looking to do, is to rush 2 prize cards, so the Ditto will not be the target.
Yeah, if James can just get the 2 quick GX knockouts and just take the win.
Time was just called here, so this is going to be Rich is going to be turn 0.
Yeah, he is turn 0 right now. So that means Rich has at least 2 more turns after this turn. And James just has 2 turns which is enough to just get 2 GX
enough.
knockouts.
Yeah, it's enough.
Rich has 3 turns to try and not take the loss here.
So James will have 2 turns to take his last 4 prize cards, as there are that many prize cards on the board. He will need back-to-back knockouts in order to win this game.
Which will be very easy since he already has Guzma in hand with a Claw Slash on that Persian, and then he'll just be able to Palpad it in the Guzma or get even another Guzma just to Guzma twice.
He runs 3 in the deck. We've only seen what, 1 or 2?
Yeah, and a Palpad as well, so
potential, lots of potential
definitely
here.
looking like James is going to take this game. And it'll go down to
Unless Rich is able to find the response with a Sylvally, which could he could GX with the Sylvally.
there's
He's going
some
to
more
let
shadow.
loose out of that really big
definitely is
hand
gonna
that James
slow
had.
him. It's going to slow him down a little bit.
At this point in the game, I see this game actually resulting in a tie, which would give Rich the win, because James has knockout on the active Zoroark or the Persian with ease, but that will leave the type null able to evolve into a Sylvally, which can then GX, killing the Lycanroc, removing any threat off of James's board of a one-shot.
Definitely.
Yeah, because he's not able to put multiple energies in a turn. Because the Lycanroc's going to need, what, 3?
Yeah. Well, 2 with Dangerous Rogue, 3 with Claw Slash.
And James does not play Kukui, allowing him to kill maybe the Dedenne. There is no Kukui in the deck, so he maxes out at 150 with the Zoroark.
Yeah, unless Rich decides to put down a Devour Field.
Yeah. And that would help. Yeah, that would help. James is out as well.
So
we got Buzzwole, Palpad.
We do have a Sledgehammer though in hand, and a
yeah,
Rainbow.
Could have a Sledgehammer turn and a Rainbow Energy. Definitely
So
good
currently,
cards.
actually, with the Sledgehammer
James's
being able to one-shot a Sylvally as a response, there is
definitely still
James
hope
has
for
James has
winning the game
James has
anyways.
game in hand as of right now. Ace a roll of the Zoroark to get the DCP. Leave the rebench the Zorua, unless
It looks like Rich might just decide not to attack this turn. He might just pass. He does have a triple in hand, but I don't know if you'd want to attack in this situation, just giving James more options to get out of the active without having to get rid of a DC.
The better play would be to hard retreat and send one of those single prizers, because it would force
James to have to hit the Guzma off of the smooth over.
in back-to-back turns. He would have to find Guzma 2 turns in a row.
He does have the Palpad in hand though, which would give him the back-to-back Guzma if he really wanted it.
James, although we have been talking about Rich playing this triple judge list.
Definitely.
That's going to be
judge him again next turn. Maybe
That's what he's going to be looking for, is to judge him out of potential game. But he does have the smooth over trade, so he's never going to be able to judge him out of finding game on board.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it looks like
at least slow him down with the prizes, because if he does manually retreat, he can promote Marshadow. You know, because it's gonna have to force James to get that Guzma.
Definitely.
if Guzma's in deck, it looks like James is set up pretty well.
Yeah.
And he does have the Palpad, so he's guaranteed at least one Guzma.
And the next thing he needs though is a double colorless energy. Oh no, he can just attach the.
Oh no, he does. Yeah, he has the Rainbow in hand, but that would keep him from buzzwalling potentially.
Yeah. So he trades away the Field Blower after trying to figure out if he had traded yet, which he hadn't. So Doesn't look good. It looks like you got maybe another Zorark or a Silver Valley. No, that's a Lele.
That's a
So
pass.
it looks like he just passes. So James is turn 1. He just
Top decks the Guzma. I think that's gonna.
That guarantees
He can
at
smooth
least-
over the DCE,
Yeah, he can get anything.
which
he
is what we're
wants.
about to see. Guzma the Persian to take 2 prize cards.
Looks like he's gonna get a DC to be able to just have a Claw Slash available anyways next turn.
Oh, he'll be
After your
claw
dangerous
slashing.
trades.
He'll be claw slashing
Yeah,
this
he'll
turn
just
because
claw
everything on
slash
his board
this
is
turn.
weak to fighting.
Most likely killing the Persian, leaving him with as little options as possible. So he can't just get the return knockout with the Rebel.
So after this, Rich would have to find Silvally, triple colorless, and a judge in order to just tie the game.
Yeah, tie the game, possibly just.
Yeah, he's got 2 outs because
Get
he's
the
got
win.
the Ditto and the Type Null already on board.
Hoping he doesn't.
He's
trade
trying to
the
figure out
Buzzwole.
what to trade because I don't think you want to trade the Buzzwole.
Acerola
But
is
also
definitely
the
the
Ram.
trade.
I think you trade away the Rainbow no matter what. 'Cause you need to keep.
Oh no! Trading away the Buzzwole removes his guaranteed win.
He has a Brooklet, which is another trade option. Maybe he hits a stretcher off of this to have for the Buzzwole. But definitely trading away the Buzzwole wasn't the correct play.
So it looks like
So he's going to Guzma the Persian so he can Claw Slash it.
Because now if Rich finds the triple colorless and a Silvally, he should tie the game. Because James will not represent a one-shot on anything on his board.
and even if he gets a Guzma out, he can't take out.
Yeah, James is currently at 4 prize cards. After this, he'll go down to 2.
He's going to go ahead and preemptively Palpad to possibly just top deck Guzma again like he did this turn.
And that's the correct play because you want to get it set up just in case. Just like we saw with that one, he was able to top deck that Guzma, which saved him.
And he does.
Yeah.
He still has access to Rescue Stretcher, so we'll need to. If he trades into either Rescue Stretcher or the Guzma, he can smooth over for the missing piece to get the Sledgehammer still.
So this is going to come down to what cards are going to
What
be
cards
top deck.
get-
Yeah, top
What
deck.
cards that
in the-
Rich plays
in the trade.
In the trade.
If Rich gets the Silvally plus the triple and the Judge, it all comes down to what James gets off of that Judge along with his top deck and his 2 trades and smooth over, which is a lot of cards, along with his prizes. So that's turn 2 for Rich.
Rich has to promote the. Well,
Definitely
actually, it doesn't
has
matter what he
he
promotes.
has the guaranteed Silvally because he already has the Pokecom in hand, along with another Zorak, so
Off
he
of
has
the
at least
Ditto,
2
so-
trades.
So 2 trades, Judge, 6
And the
total.
triple.
So he
already
has
it.
the response in
And a
hand.
Lele. Well, actually, he can't Lele. He needs to
He will
just
have.
hit
He
the
will have a
Judge
big
now.
space.
Oh yeah, he will. Oh, so he just has the complete return knockout like we've been talking about.
So he's thinking it out right now before he promotes.
Just making sure he does
It almost,
everything correctly.
as long as he doesn't promote Zorak, it doesn't matter because the Silvally will give free retreat.
Definitely.
That is the correct play right there. With
Zorak
that
is the
Silvally.
only mistake that can be made.
That's the correct play right there.
Yeah, okay. He got it, Rich, yep. So now draw. Judge maybe? An Ultra Ball.
Judge would be the only thing he'd be looking for at this point.
Well, I mean, he has the Lele then. So he evolves into Silvally, triples. Then he,
Lele is currently his Pokecom target, though.
Well, he has another Pokemon in his hand, I think. Well, he has a Zorak,
got
other
Zorak.
Zorak in his hand. Yeah.
He could evolve that.
But he did top deck an Ultra Ball, so either way, he is going to get Silvally plus
Lele? He's gonna
a
Lele
second
for-
Zorak.
I would assume Judge here is the only thing that makes sense.
That's the only thing he's missing.
Yeah, so he has the triple in the hand, along with an Ultra Ball / Pokecom to get this type for
And
the
double
Silvally.
Zorak trades.
And double Zorak.
Judges are in deck.
He definitely has a Judge somewhere. Yeah, at least 2 in there. The breakthrough art.
But yeah, I used to hate that card. I was like, oh, I'm going first.
So there is that Judge.
That was a Lily.
That was a Lily. He's going for Lily.
Which means
So he's gonna play his hand down.
means that most likely
James,
James
I mean,
will
James
just
James only has what 3 or 4 cards.
he's got 2 prize cards remaining. If James has Rescue Stretcher in the deck, he has the win.
Since Rich will just go down to the Sledgehammer turn after taking the knockout on the Lycanroc with Rebel GX, it allows James to possibly just Rescue Stretcher the Baby Buzzwole and just Sledgehammer
I
for
mean,
the
he
game.
could have also grabbed that Lily for trade abilities too to trade away. but we'll see.
But looking at the Ultra Ball he's about to play, he's looking to Lily for a big hand.
It's like he's gonna Ultra Ball the
Pokecom and the
other
Mother Lily.
Yeah, the Ultra
Okay, so
Prism.
he's gonna grab the Savali and then Lily for a big hand.
Well, he already, yeah, so he gets the Silvally, evolves into Silvally, triples, and then evolves into Zoroark, and then just Lilies for 6.
Into double trade, but there's nothing he's looking for outside of his hand, so I think Judge was definitely the play here.
Oh, it looks like he might be eyeing the Muck. Or maybe he just stopped by it, but...
Muck here wouldn't change a whole lot as...
Unless he... Does he not have the Silvally? Because he would have just instantly...
Oh, he's looking for Rescue Stretcher. He doesn't have Silvally in deck.
Oh, that's why he's Lilying, because he needs to hit the Silvally
He needs
still.
to, yeah, he needs to draw a lot of cards, so he's looking to
He's
double
looking to
trade
just draw
and
as
Lily
much
for
cards,
5.
and he can't attach the triple before the Lily because it'll just get discarded off the type null. So he has to Lily for 5 and then trade for twice and hopefully get
Rescue Stretcher.
the Rescue Stretcher.
And even if he does, James looks to have a very dominant position in his hand going into the next turn.
Since this is Rich's last turn, everything counts for sure.
There's the Lily for 5.
Yep. Has 2 trades. Let's see if he gets the Rescue Stretcher. That's what he's looking for. He didn't
There's
get
no
the
Rescue Stretcher. He does still have the 2 trades.
And he got another Ultra Ball to even thin the deck more if he wanted to.
And that was 2 judges, a Kukui, a DCE,
And an Ultra Ball.
was it an Ultra Ball?
First trade
it's
right
one
here.
of the League Cup promos. He gets a Nest Ball off of the trade, along with another DCE.
And he gets the Rescue Stretcher off of the second trade.
Oh
So he
man.
gets the Rebel knockout.
So now it comes down to if James has Rescue Stretcher in his deck.
Or if he just priced it. But maybe
Trading that Buzzwole was a
maybe the
huge
reason
mistake.
he traded the Buzzwole is because he knew he had the Rescue Stretcher.
It still negates 1 out of your deck because he has Brooklyn
True.
Hill, Nest Balls, Ultra Balls, Pokecoms to find it on the resulting turn. When it's in the discard, you only have 1 out, and that is the Rescue Stretcher itself.
Definitely would have been better to keep the Buzzwole. But he's gonna triple
And that's the danger, and that's the
the Rebel GX.
Rebel GX for
For knockout.
For 250, taking the knockout on the Lycron, getting his 2 prizes.
Zoroark should get promoted here.
Yeah, Zoroark gives you the retreat option that you need.
And this is James's last turn, so James is gonna pull something
So-
out
James may
To be
also
able
just
to-
not see the Buzzwole for
to be able to get this game and tie it up.
That definitely is true. James could just not see the Buzzwole out in his
As
hand.
the Savali's
I
weak.
feel
if
like
you do-
he nest balls to see if the stretcher's in hand or in deck first before you even decide to.
it's not in the it's not in the discard, so it's either in his deck or his final 2 prize cards.
He's eyeing it too. He's eyeing it.
Oh, he's gonna go and just smooth over first.
Because this is where
So,
it is. There
he
it
has
is
the
in game.
stretcher.
He
just
sees the
has
play,
game.
and this
Yep,
is going to be game. We're going to have to go into a sudden death game 3.
definitely. And since Rich is losing this game, that means Rich will get to go first and possibly just get the knockout before James can. Depending on if
James is going to have to look to start a Lele
or start a Sigilif.
or the Baby Buzz. Baby Buzz is a very
Yeah, it is
sturdy
enough
Pokemon at
HP.
130.
Because Rich does have the way he could just devour field if he does start Buzzwole, or if he gets the Kukui that he gets.
So there is that rescue stranger onto that Buzzwole with the
And Guzma in hand lets him take out any single Pokemon. Pretty much any single Pokemon on the board. Or the manual retreat.
Yeah, either way, he's killing
And there's the game 3.
something and gets the game 2 going into sudden death.
Sudden
time.
Sudden death.
When you traded the Buzzwole, we were all like screaming.
No, because I knew I could get back.
Okay, we didn't know
You
he
knew you had the red. Well, see, just
But if he judged you out of
I don't. We don't know who's going first.
James is
But,
going first here.
James is going
James
first?
is going first and has more
so-
optimal leads. Oh, there's the Ditto. That's a guaranteed evolve.
He has a Lily too, and a Zora.
Rich needs to start Lele at this
Looks
point.
like Rich didn't get a basic. Yeah, I think he mulliganed.
If he start, he's looking to start Type Null, or
Yeah, he mulliganed. Okay.
Type Null would actually Armor Press Type Null is his best starter because that would allow him to Armor Press and go to 140 effective HP, which would not allow Zoroark to take a one
Would
shot.
deny him the knockout. Yeah.
This is where the Armor Press Silvally could come in clutch.
Yeah, this game is going to be a sudden death. Whoever gets the first knockout will win and be the winner and the champion of this Waco League Cup at the Game Closet.
Just crazy turn of events, guys. We got a sudden death match right here out of these Zoroark players that both been playing tremendously well, with their plays being on point and just consistency with their plays. So it's exciting to see players get this far and being able to show this professional level of playing.
Especially with Zoroark in this format, because people are starting to deny Zoroark as being any good anymore, because the format's just so fast with all the Pikarom decks and the Reshizar decks that can just one-shot the Zoroarks. But as you can see, Zoroark can still prevail and end up being good.
Yeah, you put it behind a good player that can, pilot it. These are the results right here.
So we see him start Marsha.
Actually, I believe Type Null was the last card in his hand.
Yeah, it was, but he didn't start
It's not
it,
the
and it's
Armor
not
Press
the
one,
Armor
though.
Press
Okay, so
one,
that's
though.
all right though. At least
So
he got it.
Needed this, but
I
starting
don't know,
with
he
Type
should
Null
have started the Type Null.
at
'cause that's
110
more
HP. Yeah, he would
yeah.
force a full bench out of a Zoroark. However, with the Marshadow now, he's only looking for 4 Pokemon on the second turn. This is a
Unless Rich did get the coin flip, but James is going
James
first.
is going first, and there's a Brooklet to
So
gain.
he's got a Brooklet, a Pokecom.
He has all the Pokemon he already
And-
needs on board, in hand and on board. So he's just looking for a DCE and a Zoroark to win this game.
That's the fastest way too. Fastest way.
Brooklet just gives him a Rockruff to give him more options no matter what.
So what does Rich have in his hand? Do we get
But
to see-
honestly, if James does Brooklet the Rockruff, which he does, and attaches to it, that would give Rich another option of just Leleing, DC, and Guzmaing the Rockruff
That's
to knock
right.
it out. So definitely attaching to the Rockruff would be a really risky call. But even just having a DC Lele Guzma would kill the Ditto as well, so even the Ditto is a threat for Rich just to get the sudden death game here.
Yeah, because Ditto only has 40 HP, so
Definitely would just get knocked out.
he definitely doesn't want to play that Buzzball because since Rich has that Marshadow down. Okay, so he's gonna choose the Pokecom and right away.
He couldn't find Guzma and manual retreat and attachment, however.
Yeah,
Well, I
that would
mean,
be too hard.
if you were just to Lele Wonder Attack, get the Guzma, and then DC to the Lele, I mean, you would kill the Ditto anyways.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't need to retreat.
And that could be a play potentially too.
Looks like he's going for the Vulpix, which definitely could just get him like Ultra Balls or Pokecoms next turn to get the Zoroark.
Because he has Tapu Lele, I believe.
I know he has the Lily in hand already. So I guess he's just thinning his deck.
Yeah, he's thinning it
Looks
out.
like he's going to be Lilying for possibly 5, just like last game.
Which is all he needs at this point. He's just looking for a DC and a Zoroark.
But yeah, looks like he's just going to Lily for the 5. Looking for at least a DC and a Zoroark, like you said.
There's the DCE.
And a Nest Ball for a full bench, just in case he has to kill
He's
something
got
else.
DCE and Synth. Oh, and a Lele. So he has access to anything he needs on the next turn.
So he's
Yeah,
going to
so
Nest Ball.
Rich is going to need a DCE and a Tapu Lele to pull this off in this game. To target down that Ditto on his side. Right now, James is setting up very well. He's going to be able to have outs for his next turn.
Definitely.
Maybe look to get the Slugma,
Yeah, the Slugma will give him more
especially
outs.
since the Magcargo is in deck.
It looks like he is going to go for Zora, because that does give him another trade. Because the Ditto can just be in my cargo anyways.
That is true.
So getting the Zora allows him to either just have 3 Zoroarks or 2 Zoroarks and a cargo, no matter what. as long as he draws into them.
Oh, what?
Good setup by James over here on his side. And like you said, if Rich has that type of Lele with a DCE, that will be game on that Ditto.
Hello.
And that's all it's gonna take, unfortunately. But
So he's going to go and preemptively attach to the Zoroark.
So that way he can attach next turn on something else.
And he's just going to thin as much as possible just in case Rich tries and judge and save him a turn.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so let's see what
Since
we can
cards
do.
to Rich. He hasn't looked at his top deck yet, but he gets
So you
a
got,
Field Blower.
you got Zoroark.
He has Devoured Field. He has a Choice Band of Zoroark along with a Field Blower, I believe. And in the Fighting Memory, he doesn't have any supporters of any kind. This looks like it's just going to be a quick game for James to just take.
Yeah.
That's so sad. Damn.
Okay.
So Rich has absolutely nothing, no supporters. It looks like he's just going to Brooklet and possibly just pass, leaving James to just hit a Zoroark and win.
I mean, yep.
Attaching why? Well, I guess attaching the DCE to the active is never a negative thing,
Yeah, the DC didn't really change anything.
because we know that Rich does not play Switch.
No, he does not.
This is a place where if Rich had actually played both armor press type Knolls, it would have been a much more. Does he have DC in hand?
No.
No, he has absolutely.
He does.
really has
He's got
DC.
DC in hand.
If he
So
had
this is where
started
he could have if he would have started an armor press type Knoll, he could have armor pressed and
Just-
been safe for another turn,
Yeah,
going to 130 HP outside of the range of his Zoroark.
Well, he gets rid of the
Although the
Brooklet
Devour,
Hill.
well, the Devour
Devour
doesn't
just
do anything.
is he gonna attach for the March Out and Retreat? Looks like he is.
See, this is where if we would have
Well,
just
see, if you were to, since he put down the Devoured Field, retreating into a type null doesn't matter because he does 110 no matter what.
yes,
So now it's just up to James to hit his Zoroark.
he's looking
and
to
just take the game.
attach.
He's got Cynthia in hand as well.
He just
So
he just
think
needs a
you
Zoroark.
would just thin as much as possible
Play the
from that
Brooklet,
hand and then
search.
Cynthia, because he already has a Cynthia in hand. And maybe even playing down the Lele would thin even more.
It's gonna be the same thing, Brookleting and Lele,
Either
because the
way,
Cynthia is gonna
yeah.
put everything back in.
So yeah, this definitely comes down to one card necessary for this.
As long as he draws into a Zoroark off of this Cynthia, he'll just win the game. Gets the Rockruff out. Thinning the deck.
And then
We
this
haven't
is
talked
al-
about this.
This is also turn 2, so I mean, if he Cynthia's and gets a Rockruff out or Lycan Rock, he can just promote the Marsh Shadow up and take that knockout as well.
He doesn't.
Either
Zoroark
way.
is knockout.
Yeah.
Getting Zoroark no matter what will be the knockout. It's just if he gets it off the Cynthia. So it looks like he's gonna look to
thin it.
Rainbow and Choice Band.
Thin everything out he can.
And then just go for Cynthia. Rainbow to the Rockruff gives him more options. Oh, he takes it back. Yeah, I think you just attach it. Thin as much as possible. Give yourself as much outs. And then just Cynthia. See what we get. See what James gets.
Was able to thin out his hand. That way, less cards are drawn into that are going to be unnecessary for him. And he still has possibilities, Ultra Balls and Poke Communications as well to make this possible.
Yeah, Ultra Balls, Pokecoms, and Zoras. Or Zoroarks. As many outs as he has. But it's not looking good for Rich here.
Fortunately,
just
sudden
needs to
death in
find-
an evolving mirror match kind of comes down to that coin toss, like we were talking about.
Definitely does. And since the rules are that they do have to actually coin toss, unlike whoever lost gets to choose, it definitely changes the way things go. Gets a Zora, Slugma,
Looking for Pokecom, Ultra Ball, or
another
Zora.
Zora,
Oh my goodness.
4 Pokemon.
There's an Ultra
Ultra
Ball per
Ball.
game. And and a Pokemon.
He has 2 Zorks.
That's 4 dead cards. And that's gonna be Ultra Ball. Yeah.
So James gets the Ultra Ball, gets the Zoroark, ride his speedings for 120, and that'll be the game and the sudden death.
So yeah, get
So that'll be a ride of speeding on the type null for James's final game in getting the championship.
And what a crazy turn of events here, guys. That Zoroark, it almost looked like he wasn't going to be able to get that Zoroark out of that draw pile that he was getting. But that Ultra Ball and Poke Communication they got towards the last 2 cards was able to get him out. And that's going to be the League Cup for us, guys, at Game Closet. We appreciate you watching. We want to say a big shout out to everybody that came out here today and our commentators that were here to join us today. And we'll definitely be posting this on Facebook and also on YouTube. So keep in touch with us at Team Earthstring Facebook page and also Death Souls on the YouTube page. All right, guys. Appreciate you guys, and we'll keep you posted. Thanks for coming again.